walking in the rain and the snow when there's nowhere to go, when you're feeling like a part of you is dying and you're looking for the answer in her eyes. You think you're gonna break up, then she says she wants to make up. Like walking in the rain and the snow when there's nowhere to go, when you're feeling like a part of you is dying and you're looking for the answer in her eyes. You think you're gonna break up, then she says she wants to make up. Agree to disagree, but disagree to part. When after all
That you please take your seats as we'll commence shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, could I please ask you to come in and take your seats, and I will start with some short remarks on the administrative arrangements for the conference. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome down under to Australia, welcome to our harbour city in Sydney, and welcome to the Australian Maritime Domain's flagship event, the Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference 2025. I am Commodore Anthony Pisani, and I'll be your Master of Ceremonies this week. Today's theme is the Maritime, Economic and National Security Nexus. We will formally commence proceedings in 2 minutes with the arrival of the Chief of Navy Australia, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond. Before we get started, I will highlight some housekeeping matters to ensure a safe and enjoyable conference. In the event of an emergency, audible alarms and directions will advise when to evacuate. At this point, please make your way to the exits and follow the directions of the International Convention Centre staff. Please ensure your phones are on silent to reduce the disruption to the program and to the people around you. Please note this session and all panels are being live streamed via the Navy YouTube site, and that link is available on both the application and the website for Indo-Pacific 2025. Good morning and welcome to the Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference 2025. We are honoured to welcome Minister Paul Papalia, Minister for Emergency Services, Corrective Services, Defence Industries, Veterans and Racing and Gaming in the Western Australian Government, to the Chief of Navy counterparts and senior national representatives from the 52 nations that are represented here today, to Mr Jumbawamba Marawili AM, Elder of the Madapa clan, and to our partners in defence industry. I would like to start by acknowledging the Eora people from the Gadigal, La Perouse and the Camaragal as the traditional custodians of the land and waters on which we meet and sail, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today, and would like to pay respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples who have contributed to the defence of Australia in times of peace and war. I'd like to thank Uncle Dean Kelly and Auntie Kalida for the wonderful welcoming and smoking ceremony conducted last night at the official reception in HMAS Canberra. Ladies and gentlemen, I now draw your attention to the screen for a short introductory video.
GWS Kilo, Mount 51, first one, engage.
Birth away. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce and welcome the Chief of Navy Australia, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond.
They say a picture beats 1,000 words. I offer that a video beats 1,000 pictures. That's a nice way to tee up today's conversation. Chief of Navy counterparts, shipmates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome colleagues from state and federal governments, from allied and partner navies, defence industry, business leaders from Australia and overseas, think tanks and academia and media, and of course the officers and sailors of our navies. Welcome to the largest ever Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference and International Maritime Exhibition. I'd also like to welcome everyone who's watching online. This is the first time our conference has been live streamed on Navy's YouTube channel. When I came into this role, I gave my media team the daunting task of putting the Navy in front of the nation every single day. Today is just one of those great opportunities to achieve that mission. There will be an excellent program this week of guest speakers and panel discussions. I'd like to start again, however, by acknowledging the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land that we meet on, and pay my respects to elders past and present, and add my warm affection, respect and regards for the Indigenous servicemen and women that have served our nation in war and peace for nearly 125 years. I'd also like to highlight that as we meet here today, there are 1,438 of our officers and sailors at sea in 21 Australian warships right now, while their loved ones are waiting for them at home. That is nearly half of our fleet in terms of platform numbers. They too have my deepest respect, and I extend that to the officers and sailors of all navies and other services represented here today. The theme of 2025's Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference is Strength at Sea equals security and prosperity at home. Over the next 3 days, an exceptional lineup of guest panellists and speakers will discuss what this means in the context of Australia and the Indo-Pacific. But I want to kick off this year's conference by telling you what it means to me. The earliest seafaring civilisations realised that whoever controlled the sea would control trade, wealth and security for the state. Naval forces in ancient Egypt, Phoenicia and Greece were formed to protect merchant ships from pirates and from raids by rival city-states. The Athenian navy in the 5th century was both a commercial shield and a means of power projection. They used strategic commerce raiding to damage the enemy's economy and to subdue their will to fight. The Byzantine Empire used naval fleets to escort trade convoys and to defend their commercial interests in the Mediterranean. And during the age of exploration, the protection of trade routes was a core business of the 4 European maritime empires of Spain, Portugal, England, and the Netherlands. Since the earliest days of sail, navies around the world have underwritten the wealth and prosperity of states because strength at sea equals security and prosperity at home. This is just as true for Australia now in the 21st century as it was for the ancient Egyptians in the 12th century BCE. Australia is an island. The sea surrounds us and it sustains us. It is our gateway to the world. It has written our past. It will continue to shape and define our future. Our identity is fundamentally connected to access to the sea. We are, and we always will be, a maritime nation. The traditional custodians of our lands have always known the importance of the sea to our island and to its people. Long before European settlement, First Nations Australians traded across the seas with our neighbours in the Indo-Pacific. The Yolngu people of Arnhem Land traded with Makassar seafarers from Sulawesi in the eastern parts of Indonesia. They exchanged cloth, tobacco, rice, knives, fish and trepang. They practiced diplomacy long before it was given a title. Today, our national well-being, our economic prosperity is fundamentally dependent upon guaranteed access to the maritime commons. We are a maritime nation girt by 3 seas. Our connection to the world is through seabed cables that plug us into the global financial system and the Internet of Things, and the long maritime trade routes that connect us to the ports of origin and destinations across the world. These arteries and veins sustain the life of our national economy. On current figures, our economy, or our GDP, sits around 2.2 trillion Australian dollars per annum. Every year, maritime trade contributes about $650 billion to our national economy, which accounts for around 29.5% of our GDP. 1 in every 20 Australian jobs is connected to maritime trade. Almost everything we rely on in our modern everyday lives comes to Australia by sea. Our cars, their parts, the fuel that runs them, electronic goods, the textiles that clothe us, The iPhones that connect us to everything important these days, they all come to us by sea. So too does the diesel that energises the machinery used by our primary industries. In fact, if shipping stopped, it would only be weeks before our citizens started to feel the squeeze with significant impacts on their daily lives. Or as our friends in Singapore like to say, no shipping, no shopping. Our connectivity to the global financial system and to family and friends across the world depends on the integrity of around 16 submarine cables that stretch across the seabed from continent to continent, and they plug in at various points along our coastline. This is what the sea means to Australia. The bottom line, we're a three-ocean island trading nation that depends on access to the sea for our economic survival, therefore the prosperity and security of our citizens. When we talk about the importance of economic prosperity, we are talking about the lives and livelihoods of the Australian people, the people that we serve. The reality we face is that you do not need to invade Australia to defeat Australia. While maritime trade routes and seabed cables are our lifelines, they are also our greatest vulnerabilities. The loss of either would be an existential threat to our island and to our people. It's also important to remember that while we are an island, we're not alone. We're a member of the Indo-Pacific community. Like many of the nations who've joined us here this week, we share maritime borders with the Pacific and Indian Oceans, the first and third largest oceans in the world. The Pacific Ocean covers around 165 million square kilometres. It covers more than 30% of the Earth's total surface, and it contains 46% of the Earth's free water. Interestingly, the Pacific Ocean is larger than all of Earth's land masses combined. I was reminded last week of a saying in the maritime community: land was created to give ships somewhere to rest. The Pacific Ocean has maritime borders with more than 50 countries, many of which are remote archipelagos with thousands of islands that can only be accessed by sea. Consequently, shipping is responsible for 90% of imports and exports in this region. Shipping in the Pacific Ocean is essential to both human and economic viability, and these things directly impact regional security and stability. Seabed cables are the other essential lifeline keeping isolated communities connected. While fishing in this region accounts for 60% of the world's global catch, another vital source of income for people living across the Pacific. And of strategic significance, the Pacific Ocean has maritime borders with 4 countries in the world's top 10 economies. To the northwest is the Indian Ocean. This ocean covers 20% of the Earth's ocean surface. It has maritime borders with 38 coastal states that are home to around 35% of the world's population. 1/3 of the world's bulk cargo and 2/3 of the world's oil shipments transit through the Indian Ocean. It too has a network of subsea cables. Australia's economic reliance on the Indian Ocean cannot be overstated. Our key exports like iron ore, coal, LNG and agricultural products all travel via Indian Ocean trading routes, which also provide us with vital access to oil and gas imports from the Middle East. I grew up hearing a saying that Australia rode to economic prosperity on the sheep's back. Last time I checked, sheep don't swim very far. Their wool certainly doesn't float for very long. And like iron and gold, the only way it can get to the international markets is by sea. I offer that this country has and will continue to sail to economic prosperity on the ship's deck. The Indo-Pacific region is of vital strategic importance, not just to Australia and the coastal states of the Indo-Pacific, but also to the world. The destabilisation of this region would have global impacts. 2 pillars have upheld the relative peace and security experienced across our region since the end of the Second World War, enabling our states and our citizens to prosper. The first is the international legal system and the rules, norms and conventions that grant all free states open access to the sea for trade and the rights to prosper from their exclusive economic zone. The second is the will of states across our region to adhere to international law and to work together to maintain the peace that enables all of our citizens to prosper. These pillars have paved the way for the modern, thriving Indo-Pacific that we know today. We must not allow these pillars to fall. However, the rules, norms and conventions that grant us all access to the sea are being openly challenged and in some cases disregarded entirely. The oceans of the Indo-Pacific are now more contested than they have been since the end of the Pacific Campaign in World War II. Territorial disputes across the South China Sea serve as potential flashpoints for conflict in the region, despite the existence of an international rules-based system and a tribunal that can provide judgment on these things. Incidents of aggression at sea between maritime forces of nation states have been occurring with more frequency. Submarine cables have been deliberately damaged, and the slightest miscalculation could turn competition into conflict with no warning at all. Our near region is also home to the biggest military modernisation in 80 years, with some states rapidly uplifting the size and lethality of their naval fleets at an unprecedented pace, some without any clear transparency or a clear statement of their intention. And it's this lack of transparency that increases strategic tension, anxiety in the region, and the risk of escalation. Challenges to the rules-based global order, coupled with the accelerated growth of naval power without transparency, have resulted in trust deficits and great power competition in our region, with an increasing risk of military escalation. This is the strategic environment of the Indo-Pacific today. As history would attest, conflict in the maritime domain is not congruent with access to the sea for trade or safe shipping. Insurance companies prefer not to underwrite cargo ships travelling through war zones. So when access to the sea is an existential matter, as it is, I hope you'll agree, for Australia, and you can no longer assume unchallenged access to the sea, you must take measures to assure it. And it's our naval force principally that provides that assurance. In order to safeguard our nation's security and prosperity at home, we must be strong at sea. We must therefore optimise every second, every cent and every person to ensure our navies are prepared to defend that which underpins our national economies and the security and prosperity of our citizens. Naval power must be a priority. So the Royal Australian Navy right now is currently undergoing a period of great transformation in response to the changes in our region, conducting an unprecedented and transparent uplift to the size and lethality of our fleet. This transformation is underpinned by the largest investment in naval capability in our nation's recent history, allocated under the 2024 National Defence Strategy and its Integrated Investment Program. This investment will deliver 11 new upgraded Megami-class general-purpose frigates at an accelerated rate, with the first 3 built in Japan and the remaining 8 vessels to be built in Australia by Australian industry. It will also deliver 6 Australian-built Hunter-class frigates, which will be one of the most silent and lethal submarine hunting surface combatants ever built. Construction of the first ship by BAE Systems Australia is well underway at the Osborne Naval Shipyard in South Australia. The investment will also deliver 6 Arafura-class offshore patrol vessels, the first of which was commissioned into service in June this year. And if you'd like to go and take a look, she's now berthed at the Australian Maritime Museum outboard of the old Daring-class destroyer HMAS Vampire. This is her first visit to the East Coast since commissioning earlier this year. All 6 ships designed and built in Australia by Australians using Australian steel. The investment also delivers 12 more Seahawk Romeo helicopters, a capability already operated by a fleet air arm and our aviation teams at sea. And these additional aircraft will force multiply the submarine hunting capabilities of the Royal Australian Navy and the Royal Australian Air Force. Working with our partners through the AUKUS partnership, this historic investment will also deliver sovereign, nuclear-powered, conventionally armed submarine capability for Australia for the first time in our history. And I just had the pleasure of bumping into 2 of our officers who arrived back to Australian shores last week in USS Vermont, which is now conducting a maintenance activity being run by Australia over in Western Australia. In short, we are well on track under the optimal pathway. Many of our submariners have now passed through the US Navy's nuclear propulsion sources and are growing their professional mastery on board Virginia-class submarines. In fact, every US Navy nuclear submarine operating out of Pearl Harbor by the end of this year will have Australian submariners on board. Eventually, AUKUS-class submarines will be built here in Australia by Australian industry, and we just saw the announcement today with Pacific Marine Batteries, or PMB, about their involvement in the supply chain for the AUKUS submarine build. That too will be a historic milestone for our Navy and for our sovereign industry. And because we were observing Halloween last week, it would be remiss of me not to mention the acquisition and the opening of the Ghost Shark extra large AUVs for the Royal Australian Navy. We opened the factory on Halloween last Friday, and as you heard the Minister talk this morning, that capability has been developed and delivered at speed, and it is not a concept. It will be very much alive in the waters of Australia. A lot of you have been coming here for a long time and you're very familiar with the natural predators that exist in Australia, the number of different critters and stuff that can kill you. Well, there's another one swimming in the waters of Australia from next year. And these autonomous submarines will significantly enhance the agility and asymmetric capabilities of our underwater warfare force. They will be teamed with our crewed platforms, delivering our future hybrid fleet. And last year, with the support of our shipmates in the US Navy in particular, under AUKUS Pillar 2, we introduced not one but 3 new missiles into service. The Standard Missile 6, the Naval Strike Missile, and the Tomahawk Land Attack Cruise Missile, all greatly enhance the lethality and, more importantly, the survivability of our surface combatants in high-end warfare, while also making us more interoperable and interchangeable with our allies. But it's not just our people at sea that will experience the benefits of this historic investment in maritime capability. This investment will also significantly uplift our sovereign defence industry, a vital enabler of national security. Through the 2024 National Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Plan, for the first time, our industry partners will be bolstered by the confidence that comes from having continuous naval shipbuilding and sustainment. This enables companies across the defence enterprise to invest in the infrastructure and workforce necessary to deliver our future Navy, long after the first tranche is delivered. And while all of this goes on any given day, around half of our current fleet is at sea, conducting maritime operations in the service of our nation. Over the past 12 months, our people have spent a collective 347,000 days at sea, patrolling our vital sea lines of communication, asserting our freedom of navigation rights under international law, securing our sovereignty throughout a very large exclusive economic zone, which is the 3rd largest in the world, and protecting Australia's maritime borders. This year, our officers and sailors have missed tens of thousands of family birthdays. It's a sacrifice they make because they understand the importance of the mission. They are operating alongside our allies and partners and with other agencies, including the Australian Border Force, the Australian Federal Police, and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade as our saltwater diplomats. They're ensuring we have a presence everywhere that matters because presence is a crucial component of deterrence. And they are performing the role of saltwater diplomats in floating Australian embassies, flying the Australian flag, and strengthening diplomatic and military relationships in ports across our region. Just as my colleagues from around the world, my friends gathered here today, are doing so on a daily basis. As everyone in this room will know, continuous operations require the continuous maintenance of our seagoing platforms to ensure that they remain safe to operate and ready for all contingencies. This is the contribution that our National Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Enterprise makes. It is vital work, and the people who support us to keep our ships at sea form an essential component of our national security infrastructure. And it would be remiss if I didn't highlight that right now every single one of our patrol boats is fully mission capable and fully mission ready. We have consistently fielded 5 of the 7 Anzac class frigates at sea this year and will continue to do so. And arguably, the availability and readiness of the Royal Australian Navy has never been this good. But never before outside of a period of declared war have we asked our Navy people and our sovereign defence industries to do so much in such compressed timeframes. We are asking them to build new ships and capabilities and to sustain current ones at an unprecedented rate while we can currently operate our Navy at a very high tempo. It's a big ask, but Australian industry has proven that before that when our national security is at stake, they are up to the task. And that is the beauty of this partnership with AMDA and defence industry this week. Because our access to the sea for trade is an existential matter for our nation, and arguably the stakes couldn't be higher. The indisputable fact is that it's too late to prepare adequately when conflict is already knocking on your door. You must absolutely do everything humanly and legally possible right now to ensure we are primed and ready for the worst should deterrence fail. We must grow the size and lethality of our Navy at the pace of change in the region. This is our contract with the people of Australia. We do not buy into a strategy of hope. We buy into a strategy of preparedness and denial. Our focus is strength at sea because strength at sea equals security and prosperity at home. Ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to exploring these concepts and the challenges of our time throughout the next 3 days, and I can't wait to get the Sea Power Conference 2025 underway. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vice Admiral Hammond will now be joined on stage by one of Australia's eminent military and strategic scholars and the recently appointed Hassett Chair of Military History at the Australian War College, Professor Peter Dean. This session between Vice Admiral Hammond and Professor Dean will set the scene and provide the context for the remainder of the conference and the content and focus of the panels. Professor, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025, and I invite you to convene the panel.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with the Chief of Navy. We want to take the opportunity this morning to have a bit of a chat and extrapolate some of the themes out of the Chief's speech. And I just thought I might start sort of with a bit of reflection, Mark, if that's okay. So it's been 2 years, obviously, since our last meeting here for the Sea Power Conference. That's a pretty impressive list you put up there on the board. But I want to try and pin you down. Is there a real standout achievement over the last 2 years? If you look at it, you know, your officers and sailors out here and our international friends and partners and allies, can you pick one thing up and say you're most proud, as Chief of Navy, you get up in the morning, I'm most proud of?
Just one.
Oh. All right, should we give him more than one? We can probably give him a couple.
Look, I'd have to say our people, and it comes down to the demonstration of professionalism and resilience in the context of service right now, where, as I highlighted, the op tempo is high, the expectations of government, as you've all heard today, are pretty high. There's an acceleration context to everything that we're doing, to optimising the availability of the fleet, the lethality of the fleet in being, to accelerating delivery of the future fleet. All of that is only achievable with professional, committed, resilient sailors and officers. And I think the one thing that stands out in terms of a metric in that context is that the separation rate in Navy is a 4-year low. The voluntary separation rate in our Navy is 4%. Overall, it's about 6.5% when you include medical separations and retirements for age, etc. A 4% separation rate, I think most civilian employers would absolutely leap at that. So for us to be so busy, yet our people to be so committed, that's probably the most rewarding thing.
So with achievements come challenges. I'm going to throw the same thing back to you the other way. What's the sort of top 1 or 2 challenges that Navy's really had to really focus on and really bed down and really grapple with to get the achievements that you outlined there in your speech?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Because with that operating environment comes a lot of frustration. Right? There's a sensation that there's not enough time, there's not enough money, there aren't enough people. And we've come out of an environment where we used to spend a lot of time talking to our sailors about work-life balance. So how do you square the circle against the demands of the mission, the expectations of our government and the Australian people, and make sure that what we're doing is sustainable? So I think that's probably been one of the biggest challenges to overcome. And for me, the answer it comes down to leadership, right? The leadership of my senior leadership team, the deck plate leadership at sea. You know, where's Stephanie over there? Stephanie, Sailor of the Year. Thank you again for your service. It's the leadership of people like Stephanie across the fleet that are connected to the mission, that the sense of purpose for our nation, that makes it easier. But that's probably been the initial challenge, was how do you pivot from a Navy that talks more about that work-life balance as a retention issue to, hey, look, I know you'd like to be completing that online degree right now, but I need you to actually focus on the workup, get the ship at sea. I need ships at sea as quickly as possible.
Can I actually ask you a bit of an extension on that? The balance between the current force and the future force. I mean, what you outlined in your speech is a really ambitious list of capabilities over the next, few years and decade that are coming on board, but also a very high operational tempo that's being demanded by, the ADF and by the government to get out there into the region. What's it like? How are you managing that balance between what Navy we want to become and what Navy we are to delivering effects today, and that sort of, I suppose, that balance between current and future force elements of your job?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Again, it comes down to leadership, and I'm lucky to have, we've spent a lot of time building a construct over the last few years where the fleet commander in Sydney is responsible for delivering today's capability, for force generation to deliver trained lethal assets to the theatre commander, chief of joint operations for employment across the region. And a lot of the in-stride upgrades, such as the missile integration, happens inside Fleet Command, right? But it's enabled and governed by Navy headquarters. So we've got this division of labour which enables us to optimise the fleet using governance, enablement and oversight from Naval Headquarters in Canberra, and the delivery arms at the waterfront, principally through industry and the Fleet Commander. And then we've got a separate organisation that kind of straddles both to an extent, but under Rear Admiral Hughes, the head of Navy capability, that's where the strongest focus is on the future capability, the future fleet piece. And then it's all governed through the Navy Capability Committee, which is obviously the Fleet Commander, Head of Navy Capability, and the steward of our resources, Rear Admiral Matt Buckley. And then the standards are kind of set from a seaworthiness perspective and assured by Rear Admiral Rachel Durbin, Head of Navy Engineering, and her team. So for me, the secret is always to doing something complex is taking a systems approach, designing and optimising the right system to deliver on the mission of the day. And I'm fortunate I've got a great team that have optimised that system to meet the challenges set for us by government. It seems to be going, where's the wood? Down, here we go. It seems to be going pretty well. But if my leadership team are looking a bit tired, that's why.
I want to cast your mind forward a little bit. That's a big list of capabilities you got on board, from Hunter-class frigates to Megamis to AUKUS submarines. Can you give us anything of what you sort of expect from NDS 26 for Navy? I mean, I hear battle cruisers were once, popular in Australia. Like, maybe we should throw out some extra ideas. If you're already building submarines and frigates and destroyers, why not a battle cruiser or two? Or are we going to look forward to something like that? Or is there other elements of the NDS we should be thinking about in the future for Navy?
Look, I'll leave questions of battle cruisers and Golden Fleet to Admiral Kohler, perhaps. I think the US Navy's best place to build the largest warships in the world. For us, I think NDS 26 will probably bring more of the same. I think 24 has very much focused on maritime capabilities. I expect 26 will continue to focus on teaming with uncrewed systems, so those scalable contributions, I think that will be a focus. I think IAMD, Integrated Air and Missile Defence, will get another touch. But broadly for our Navy, I think that the capability roadmap's largely been set by 2024. The expectation now is that we deliver on those programs, we deliver at speed alongside our allies and partners, and we maximise the size, lethality and readiness of the Royal Australian Navy as quickly as we can.
So I just want to pivot now to talk about a couple of things that you mentioned in your speech about the broader region. And in particular, you made the reference to presence and persistence. And of course, within that concept of deterrence, and deterrence by denial in particular. So can you give us your sense of how important do you think that naval presence that you were talking about in the region is in delivering on that strategy of deterrence by denial? Is this where the rubber hits the road? What do you see it in from a deterrence effects deliverable? Why is it so important to be out there and so present in the region so much?
I learned a long time ago that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. All right, and so for me, what does deterrence look like? Well, it begins with presence. You know, we did a bit of a role play at an event a few weeks ago where I put my wallet on the table. I said, "Hey, Peter, if I'm not in the room, what are you doing?"
I picked up the wallet.
So for me, that illustrates what deterrence looks like. It begins with being present. But when you're the custodian of the third largest exclusive economic zone, living on an island continent the size of Australia, which is the size of the continental United States, but you've only got a population of 27 million and only 10 surface combatants, it's impossible to be everywhere all the time. So we have to deliver scalable naval forces as quickly as possible, which is part of the opportunity with uncrewed systems. But we also have an opportunity to at least put the question mark out there as to where else is the Royal Australian Navy, and that's what the undersea domain capabilities are particularly good at. Although we may not necessarily be able to be everywhere, there's a possibility that we could be where it matters on any given day. And that's what investment in naval nuclear propulsion looks like for us, in uncrewed systems, in the Ghost Shark extra large UUV capability, and similarly with Blue Bottle, etc., in the uncrewed surface vessel program. So in that context, deterrence begins with presence, because generally people will behave differently when they know they're being watched. That seems to me to be a tenet of human behaviour, and that's very much integrated into our strategy of denial.
One of your other really strong themes out of the speech, and a couple of times I've heard you speak recently, is strength at sea leads to security at home, and that the economic connectivity of Australia is basically linked through our relationship with the sea. I'm just going to throw a few statistics at you. So I just got back from Japan, had a really nice week in Japan last week, a lot of really great engagement with our Japanese partners, and Megami was at the top of everyone's conversation list in the meetings I was in. But the other thing that came up persistently was that in Japan, 43% of their LNG and 66% of their coal comes from Australia. I was in Taiwan not so long ago, kept coming up, 50% of their coal and 40% of their LNG comes from Australia. The Republic of Korea, for instance, is Australia's third largest LNG export market. So basically, we are a hub for energy security around our region with some key allies and partners. All of that energy is going by sea. So in our deterrence posture, how important then is it to work with allies and partners? And take Japan, and you mentioned our good friend the United States there before. How is it important that we do things, not just our own presence in the region, but our presence with the United States, with Japan and other allies and partners in relation to that deterrence outcome and effect you're looking for?
Thank you, Peter. Frankly, the allies and partners piece is in our DNA. It always has been. You go back to World War I, again, we had a very, very small fleet. It pretty much arrived in 1913 and we were at war in 1914. And as a Commonwealth Navy, our forces were dispatched to the European theatre almost immediately. At the request of the Australian government, Japan sent a squadron of warships down here to Sydney Harbour to assure our sea lines of communication over 100 years ago. Today, as you rightly highlighted, we are economically connected on a daily basis. and the survival and well-being of our economies are interconnected. And those sea lines of communication don't just operate within 200 nautical miles of the coastline for those commentators who would like us to adopt a porcupine approach. To cover those sea lines of communication, you need to be at their terminals at both ends. And that's where allies and partners are particularly important. Together, we have a responsibility to assure those sea lines of communication. And when the Royal Australian Navy sails alongside the JMSDF, we join a Navy, so we've got 7 frigates at the moment and 3 destroyers. Where's Akira? Akira's here. Hello, Akira. Saito-san, my friend, thank you so much for your partnership and your friendship and your leadership in the region. Forgive me if I get the numbers wrong now. 45 destroyers, 22 frigates, 25 submarines, thereabouts. That's a sizable force. How many warships have you got in the 7th Fleet right now? About 40 warships in the 7th Fleet. And our Indian colleagues have about 60 warships under construction. When the Royal Australian Navy sails alongside our allies and partners, we sail as part of the largest maritime capability in the region. And we share the same goals, the same desire for peace, stability, and economic prosperity for our children. So to me, allies and partners are part of our DNA. They are absolutely part of our national defence strategy, and they are core to Australia's national interests.
To break that down a little bit further, I mentioned Japan and Korea, some of our Northeast Asian partners, obviously our big alliance partner, the United States. But one of the things that stood out for me, probably since the last Sea Power conference, is the level of engagement we're actually doing with the Philippines and with the Filipino Navy. I mean, why is that so important? Why are we sort of doubling down on engagement with the Philippines in particular, and what can we kind of extract from that as a reflection of why it's important more regionally?
Thank you, Peter. This is a core issue for our nation that I think we're obliged to explain in further detail, so I welcome the question. And my Philippine counterpart, Jose, has had to depart to return to the Philippines because of the national security situation in their exclusive economic zone. So for me, it begins with the sovereign rights of states within their exclusive economic zone. When we talk about the international rules-based order at sea, we talk about the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, which ascribes to sovereign states the rights to exploit natural resources in their exclusive economic zone, and not just the fish, but in future seabed resources. And there are some seabed resource harvesting programs already underway in the world. And for Australia, with the 3rd largest exclusive economic zone, that's a significant source of national wealth today and for future generations. Our rights are derived from that rules-based order, and so are the rights of the Philippines in their exclusive economic zone. So if the rights of coastal states in the region are eroded or disregarded in their exclusive economic zone, that absolutely engages our national interest. And you heard the Deputy Prime Minister talk about our commitment to the international rules-based order this morning. And that is very much the mission of our Navy, to sail alongside our allies and partners to reinforce the importance and legality of that international rules-based system, so that future generations within our region around the world can continue to enjoy prosperity derived from their lawful exploitation of resources in their exclusive economic zone, something that has been uncontested since the UNCLOS was settled in the early 1980s. So that's why you do see us, and you will continue to see us working with allies and partners, particularly in the Philippines. And HMAS Ballarat has only completed another maritime cooperative activity with allies and partners up there end of last week.
So I want to pivot a little bit. So I threw some statistics at you before about national dependencies, about energy security, about the importance of the region. But if we bring it back home, and I want to talk a little bit about industry here, and later this afternoon there's some panels we got coming up with some of Australia's business leaders. How well do you think industries and businesses in Australia, you said 1 in 20 jobs in your speech are connected directly to the sea. the level of Australian exports and, which come in and out via sea. How do you think industries in Australia really understand their dependency on access to the sea? And do you think, is there a sort of a gap between what you are saying as Chief of Navy and what the Navy sort of trying to lay out as a national conversation, and Australian industry itself? Do they get that level of dependency? Are they sort of on the same page, or is there a bit of a gap there we need to continue to work on?
I think it's a bit of a patchwork quilt. I think the industry exhibitors here get it, but I think the interdependency with access to the sea on a national level is probably not as well understood as it arguably should be. Because it's probably impossible to walk into an Australian shop and not have an overseas nexus that involves connection to the sea. Whether it's even FPOS, now connection to the international financial system depend upon those seabed cables. It's like only about 1% of telecommunications uses satellites, and they're the things that keep getting knocked out just when you least expect it. So I think there's more work to do. And for me, that's an important part of the Sea Power Conference and Indo-Pac 25. It's an opportunity to highlight that connected nature and to remind people that we've been able to ignore this since World War II because everyone's behaved by the rules. We've been able to assume access to the sea, which is why our Navy's probably smaller than what it should be for the strategic environment. Because we've been able to assume ongoing access, unfettered access. That's great. We haven't needed strong maritime forces to assure that access to the sea. So in that context, I think certainly for my leadership team and our successors, there is an obligation to the Australian people to continue to explain that, to engage in this national conversation so that people understand why we're spending so much national treasure investing in what is effectively our economic insurance policy.
So I want to stick on the industrial link and drill a little bit further down. I've got a bit of a theme going on here about economics. And I want to talk and link that back to AUKUS. So you mentioned in your speech USS Vermont's in town. I'm going to steal this line about there's no submarine coming out of Pearl Harbor, Virginia-class submarine, without an Australian on board now. That's a pretty cool statistic, actually, in all my AUKUS work that I do. But how important is, the sustainment piece that we're doing there on HMAS Vermont and the role of sort of Navy and industry there in Western Australia? I mean, it's sort of, I saw a bit of a, the Defence put out a bit of a press release about it. I think one or two people picked it up and it was like, oh yeah, it's almost becoming routine. But when I drilled into the details, it's actually quite a significant visit, this one. There isn't a US Navy tender ship along with it. We're doing it on our, like, how significant really is Vermont's visit, and what does that mean about that industrial Navy link happening there in Western Australia around AUKUS?
Well, it's historic. Ultimately, we've sent hundreds of Australians to Pearl Harbor to learn from the United States Navy's industry partners how to sustain naval nuclear propulsion and nuclear submarines. And then we brought a whole bunch of those people back to Australia to conduct this maintenance activity on USS Vermont. And we've got Commander of the Submarine Force Pacific here, Chris Kavanagh. It's not just historic for us, it's historic for them. We are building an ecosystem here that can assure the availability, readiness and lethality of nuclear-powered submarines from Australia. That's to the benefit of the United States Navy, it's to the benefit of the Australian Navy, and it will enable us to build that level of competency to assume custody of a nuclear submarine in a few years' time. So this is it's as much an activity aimed at demonstrating capability and improving our confidence, demonstrating capability and improving the US Navy's confidence, in order to collectively provide assurance to our governments that the Navy, the Royal Australian Navy, will be ready to become custodians of naval nuclear propulsion. And in the first case, through the transfer of a Virginia-class submarine. And I must say again, if you see a couple of guys, a couple of tall guys walking around with US Navy Dolphins on, go and ask them how it's going, because I had that quick chat. And they're extraordinarily proud of even our most junior sailors who are going into that training pipeline. And Chris, I'm told that every one of your captains in Pearl Harbor wants Australians on board. Is that right? That's true. There you go. They're only human.
Diversity of accents beyond the 50 states, right, is what you're looking for. I want to just tease you out a little bit more because we've got a bit of time left on AUKUS. I mean, it's been an interesting week. I was in Japan, as I said last week. I'm sure the president came to Japan just because I happened to be there. But the new Japanese government's been formed, exceptionally strong support in public opinion polls for the new Prime Minister in Japan early on. What was fascinating there, if you look at the details of the new coalition agreement in Japan, one of the things it talks about in national security is they're going to investigate next generation propulsion for submarines. Now, there was a debate when I was there, what does that mean? Does that mean nuclear propulsion or AIP or something else? And then the president goes to Korea and starts talking about, potentially sharing reactor technology for Korean submarines. So nuclear power and submarines are getting a bit of a run, at least in our region, a fair bit at the moment. But I'm going to put you really on the spot here and say, I'm going to put you in an elevator, Mark, with a bunch of Australians who look at you and say, why the hell are we buying nuclear-powered submarines? What's your elevator pitch to a member of the Australian public about why they should be supporting the government's acquisition and Navy's development of nuclear-powered submarines? I'm really putting him on the spot with this one too. I didn't word him up on this at all.
No, he didn't.
Living dangerously.
My first obligation is to the safety and well-being of our people. And that's the first thing you learn as a submariner. Safety of the submarine and personnel, remain undetected, then achieve the aim. And you're working through that triarchy of priorities. And when I look at the 2030s and beyond, and I look at trends, at the moment, everything above the surface of the ocean is completely transparent. If it floats, it flies, it's detectable, it's targetable. Everything below the surface is really hard to see. Even when you know where it is, it's really hard to find it again. The ocean environment is the most dynamic environment on the planet. Changes in temperature, pressure, salinity, rainfall affects the environment, currents affect the environment, shipping affects the environment. It is the most unpredictable and challenging operating environment. And that will continue to be the case for some years to come. I've been hearing about the silver bullet that will make the oceans transparent since I was about 18 years old. And it still hasn't arrived, and I'm a lot older than 18 now. So I think seizing that first obligation of safety of our personnel, when I look at the future generation of submariners, I want them to disconnect from that surface environment to the greatest extent possible. Sticking something the size of a 44-gallon drum out of the water to charge our batteries, as Wes Zul Helmy, Zul and I have been doing this for our careers in diesel-electric submarines. It's really hard to hide that today. It's just going to get harder and harder as artificial intelligence and new algorithms are applied to existing technologies. So if I want to maximise the survivability and safety of our people, disconnecting them from periscope depth is the first objective. And if you've also got to transit areas that are like 4,500 miles across, and you want to be able to do it with speed, the only option is naval nuclear propulsion. So if you're a Baltic state and your sea lines of communication are fairly close to you, you don't need long-range submarines. Germany doesn't have a lot of long-range submarines. They have a lot of submarines, very good submarines. But they have a different operating environment. If my mission was to protect Bass Strait, we could probably do it with Ghost Shark and some diesel-electric submarines. But it's not. It's the third largest exclusive economic zone. Our interests begin thousands of miles away from home. And we've got to be able to be present, or a credible expectation exists that we could be present in order to match that the deterrent strategy that we've committed ourselves to. So it's absolutely in Australia's interest to invest in the most capable and most lethal and most survivable undersea capability we can afford.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note, isn't it? You talk about the people who sort of argue that the transparency of underwater will happen, yet every navy in our region is looking to expand the submarine force, and the investment, particularly from from all different types of states with different interests is fundamentally still about manned-crewed submarines enabled by these extra uncrewed systems.
Pete, if I can make a comment on that, I don't know what this means, but it can't mean anything good. But right now, the Chiefs of Navy of the United States Navy, Russia, China, Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, Vietnam, the Netherlands, Norway, are all submariners. I think that is unprecedented, and I think it speaks to government focus on undersea warfare as being a determining factor for years to come.
It's got nothing to do, I'm sure, with it being a cult, right? Now, we're running out of time. I do have a thing here on my note. Whatever you do, don't mention the mighty South Sydney Rabbitohs and why they were so great, so I'm not going to ask you that.
Minister Conroy asked you to say that.
he had a dig this morning, so for those South Sydney supporters in the room, I have to have a little dig back at the Minister.
I will pass your comment to the Prime Minister, who is a Rabbitohs supporter.
Yes, when I do bump into him every now and again, I do. It's the first thing I like to remind him of. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I hope the audience got as much out of that as I did. It's a great insight to where Navy's at and where Navy's going, and I think the critical importance of naval and maritime power for Australia's security, not only now but well into the future. So thanks you very much, Chief of Navy.
Welcome. Thank you, Peter, and thanks to my friends and colleagues in the room in particular for your partnerships. We could not achieve Navy's mission without our allies and partners and our industry colleagues, so thank you very, very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to thanking Vice Admiral Hammond, I'd just like to extend a thank you to Professor Peter Dean for not only his engaging questions, but for the thought-provoking discussion that it created, and that'll guide the preceding panels and events. So please join me in thanking Professor Peter Dean. That concludes the first session of the Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. We will now break for lunch, and I request that you're back here in the Piedmont Theatre at 12:55 for the first formal panel, Australia and the Sea, the Maritime, Economic and National Security Nexus. Thank you very much.
Look out behind you. Jojo's got his gun. He wouldn't mean to, but you know he likes his fun. Jojo Dingo spinning rhymes, bird games and dizzy heights below him. Jojo Dingo's Broadway lights, flashy lines, you sweet. He keep her just right, keeps her on the street. Say, what do you think of gentlemen wearing mink? Gentle and soft, but who just as soon off you for looking the wrong way around. Jojo. So look out behind you, Jojo Gaga. Though he would meet you into Lexus bar. Jojo dig those spinning lines, fair games and dizzy heights below. Man is way below. Jojo dig those Broadway nights, flashing light below him. Yeah. Jojo, how low can you go? Worry the bottle, mama, it's grapefruit wine. Kick off your high heel sneakers, it's party time. The girls don't seem to care what's on, as long as they play till dawn. Nothing but blues and Elvis and somebody else's favorite song. Give her some funked up music, she treats you nice. somebody's baby. All the guys on the corner stand back and let her walk on by. She's got to be somebody's baby. She must be somebody's baby. She's got to be somebody's baby, 'cause she's so fine. She's probably somebody's only light, gonna shine What's that line on her pillow? Folded up so neat. What once was love is now a letter, lying where she used to sleep. Oh, I thought love was something I could count on, but it took her to show me that love lies right to your face. Love lies. Just when I had faith, it would let me down. I know that love lies right to the end. Love lies. I know the world will never mean the same to me. What's this emptiness inside me, where her promise used to be? She said she'd be here to guide me. I guess now the joke's on me. Oh, I thought love was something like devotion, but it took her to show me that love lies right to your face. Love lies. Just when I had faith, it would let me down. And I learned that love lies right to the end. Love lies. not your situation. I just need contemplation over you. I'm not so systematic. It's just that I'm an addict for your love. Nothing you I wanna hold you. I never ever should have told you you're my only girl. I'm not the only one that holds you. I never ever should have told you you're my only world. Just think how long I've known you. It's wrong for me to own you, lock and key. It's really not confusing. I'm just a young illusion, can't you see? I'm not the only one that holds you. I never ever should have told you you're my only girl. I'm not the only one that holds you. I never ever should have told you you're my only world.
Georgia, Georgia, pudding pie. Kiss the girls and make them cry. Georgia, Georgia, pudding pie. Kiss the girls and make them cry. Georgia, Georgia, pudding pie. Kiss the girls and make them cry. Kiss the girls and make them cry. Kiss the girls and make them cry.
It's not your situation. I just need contemplation over you. I'm not so systematic. It's just that I'm an addict for your love. Not the only one that holds you. Never ever should have told you you're my only girl. Not the only one that holds you. I never ever should have told you you're my only world.
Georgia, Georgia, pudding pie. Kiss the girls and make them cry. Georgia, Georgia, pudding pie. Kiss the girls and make them cry. Georgia, Georgia, pudding pie. Kiss the girls and make them cry.
skies low. Poison is the wind that blows from the north and south and east. Whoa, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be. No, no. Oil wasted on the oceans and upon our seas. Fish full of mercury. Oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be. No, no. Radiation underground and in the sky. Animals and birds who live nearby our lives. Oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be. What about this overcrowded land? How much more will you from man? Can't you stand? Oh, no.
A little bit. Sometimes they just don't have their mind as much on the job, and
We're gonna break out the hats and hooters when Josie comes home. We're gonna rev up the motor scooters when Josie comes home to stay. We're gonna park in the street. shines. People forget. The spray flies, speedboat glides, and people forget they're hiding. The girls smile, but people forget. The snow packs
she's nowhere inside. Loneliness will blind you in between the wrong and the right. Coming right behind you. Swear I'm gonna find you one of these nights. In between the dark and the light, coming right behind you. Swear I'm gonna find you. Get you, baby, one of these nights. One of these
Ladies and gentlemen, if everyone could please take their seats and we'll make a start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Prior to commencing the first panel, I'd like to highlight some items that will help your participation in the conference and at the exhibition more generally. Firstly, if you have not already, I recommend you download the conference app, which is titled Indo-Pacific 2025. To optimise time, there will only be minimal biographical information read out about each of the panel participants and our distinguished speakers. Detailed biographies are on the Indo-Pacific website and on the conference app. Time permitting, there will be an opportunity for questions and answers at the end of the panel. You can submit questions using the Slido system, which is accessed by scanning the QR code on the screen or go to the button in the conference app. And just finally, a reminder that the conference and all panels are being broadcast live via the Navy YouTube channel. And for those watching online, you can also access the Slido system and submit questions via that medium. And then finally, can you please ensure your phones are on silent and to optimise the program and the experience for all those in the theatre. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the first panel of the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference in Australia is Australia and the Sea, the Maritime, Economic and National Security Nexus. The panel will be led by the Chief of Navy, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, and the distinguished panel members are the Honourable Paul Papalia, MLA, the Minister for Emergency Services, Corrective Services, Defence Industries, Veterans and Racing and Gaming in the Western Australian Government, Mr Mike Gallagher, the Chief Executive Officer of Ports Australia, Mr Matthew Halliday, the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of Ampol, Mr John Mullen, the Chairman of Qantas, and Mr Michael Ackland, the National General Manager, Government and Strategic Projects at Vocus Group. I now request that the distinguished guests please join me on the stage. Distinguished guests, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025, and I now invite Vice Admiral Mark Hammond to convene the panel.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. This is a great opportunity to provide a platform for industry leaders to discuss how Australia's economic prosperity is linked to the ocean, and more importantly, access to the ocean. Australia's access to the sea, as some of you heard me say a little just before lunch in this forum, is fundamental to our way of life. It is our bridge to the world. By value, 79% of Australian trade is seaborne, 99% by volume. Our imports include vital goods such as fuels, fertiliser and pharmaceuticals. And any disruption of Australia's maritime supply would have consequences for the quality and way of life of every Australian citizen. Because we operate in a global just-in-time supply system, those consequences would be felt very quickly. We should also recognise that we have control over just 0.5% of the ships servicing Australia. The other 99.5% of ships are foreign flagged. Over 99% of our international communications, including internet services and connectivity to the financial system, is via seabed cables. So Australia's national security and prosperity are found not just in our territorial waters and our exclusive economic zones. 4 of our 5 major export markets are accessed via the East China or South China Seas, as you heard the Deputy Prime Minister say this morning. The bulk of Australia's liquid fuel travels through multiple maritime straits, the Hormuz, Malacca, Sunda and more. Our seaborne imports and exports routinely transit the Red Sea and archipelagic Southeast Asia. All of these statistics are pretty well known, but they're not unique to Australia. Perhaps less well known, or maybe not routinely discussed or thought about, is that Australia is one of the world's major sea powers. But here is the thing about sea power. It's not just Australian warships, it is found in our relationships with other nations, with other navies. And as I look across the esteemed audience here today, I see great sea power from many nations, all of which is crucial to Australia's national security. Sea power is inherently collective. Sea power is also found in fisheries, in industry, in trade, in commerce, connected to, in, on and under the sea. So as I look to our first panel, I also observe Australian sea power. I'm delighted to welcome leaders from the state of Western Australia, which knows more than most about access to the sea, and from some of Australia's most important industries and associations. I have some predetermined questions for the panel, but I thought before we kick off, I'd just offer the panellists an opportunity to make some opening remarks if they wish to do so. Mike, we might start with you and then work across the panel, please.
Thank you. Vice Admiral Mike Gallagher, Ports Australia. One of the screen that I'll put up now is about the economic security of our nation. As the Vice Admiral said, 99% by volume of Australia's trade goes in and out through a port. But it's only been recently that we have been in a position to actually determine the economic cost and the economic value to the nation. And of course, the screen that I have in front of you, that you've got behind you there, shows you the magnitude of how important maritime trade. Now, the majority of our ports are state-owned ports. They're vertically integrated to 1 or 2 resources, and they're very much export-focused. Capital city ports overwhelmingly are mixed ports, often referred to as container ports, but they too also deal in those essentials such as fuel and other bulk product and break bulk product as well, which includes motor vehicles, military equipment, cranes, etc. So there is a great diversity in relation to the ports that we have. Our challenges are not unique, but in some ways they are. 35,000 kilometres of coastline, just under 60 ports and terminals right around the nation, with many of them in regional areas of Australia. At a time of conflict or geopolitical uncertainty and hostility, we do rely very heavily on our Navy to protect those supply chains with those ports. It's understanding what those commodities are, where they are going, and what role they play in both national security but economic security as well. In the last couple of years, particularly under the leadership of Mark Hammond, Ports Australia and the Royal Australian Navy and Defence in general have really strengthened our relationship, our understanding of the challenges that confront our ports and the needs and understanding of our defence personnel to better understand the supply chain. It is an area of great expertise within our industry, and of course many people outside of the industry believe they too fully understand the supply chain, but it's not until they actually sit down and then get an understanding of the many moving parts that make up our supply chain. These include pilotage providers, those who bring vessels in and out of our ports safely, towage operators, lines personnel, stevedores, rail and road operators. There are many moving parts to a modern day port. Without them, a port is merely a block of land. With them, we are the operational and economic heartbeat of the nation. Challenges coming our way include bunkering. We don't bunker in this country. The only bunkering we really do is the occasional cruise ship vessel, and you'll see it in Sydney Harbour for those of you who have an opportunity to see a small bunkering operation taking place. But with new fuels coming our way, we as a nation that relies on the movement of goods to and from by shipping will need to understand what our bunkering needs will be, what those fuel types will be. We will not be able to have a Bowser type mentality where you'll be able to pull up and say, well, I'll have unleaded, thanks. No, I'll have ethanol. It's going to have to be strategically planned right around the nation. We've got challenges in terms of critical infrastructure and what that means. We have port ecosystems that we need to remain independent, but equally we're driving towards a system where port quayside infrastructure is linked to electricity grids and the internet, equally vulnerable. What does that mean for us to maintain our ports? Should there be an attack on electricity or indeed the internet, can we keep operating a port? Of course, the Navy sticks to its tried and true methodology in terms of its independence and its ecosystem, but we need Navy to be part of that discussion for Australia's future as well. Infrastructure, cybersecurity, the environment, most certainly, and decarbonisation and bunkering are challenges that we are looking at firmly and squarely in terms of the domestic port and maritime sector, but so too, and you'll hear it tomorrow, particularly skills, and it's not an area limited just to Navy. These are issues that are all challenges for us as a nation, but indeed as an industry. Thank you very much, Vice Admiral.
Thank you, Mike. And for those who aren't aware, we have an Australian Maritime Defence Council that has been operating for many, many years, and that's the first time we cross paths. And that particular council has become more important from a national security perspective in recent years. The membership has expanded significantly, and I value that partnership and your leadership. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Mr. Papalia, please.
Thanks, Admiral. I guess being representative of Western Australia, I think at the outset I'd say I'll double down on your suggestion that I promote the state in a big way, but we are the trading state in a trading nation, and I was at the breakfast this morning and Rachel from New South Wales government indicated that New South Wales exports, I think, in the order of 123 billion annually to the Indo-Pacific, which is cute, but Western Australia's annual exports, and predominantly to the Indo-Pacific, exceed around 224, 28 billion last year, and represent more than 50% of the nation's export revenue. So that's generated out of our state, and all of it goes by sea. When you're talking about the destination, most of it goes north to Asia and through the choke points in the archipelago and then on up through the South China Sea. We effectively also, not just to China and Japan and Korea, but we also, from Western Australia, export something like a quarter of all trade that's done with ASEAN, now 11 nations, is done from Western Australia. So we are very sensitive to the need for free passage of the oceans. The states' wealth and prosperity rely upon it, and subsequently so does the nations. The contribution that Western Australia makes to the national economy is not insignificant. It's only about 11% of the population, but I think overall around 15% of the nation's GDP generated from Western Australia. So it's also appropriate that in defending the free right of free passage and the rules-based order, that the central response to that task is done from Western Australia. So AUKUS is our response. It is a key response to the challenge of increasingly threatening world environment, and I would have said the rules-based order is receding rapidly in the rear vision mirror, but that's not the Defence Minister's observation. Was that it's becoming far less certain all the time. AUKUS is our response, and it is absolutely driven right through Western Australia, the delivery of that capability. Acquisition of the nuclear submarine capability will represent the single biggest capability uplift in the nation's history. We're doing it in reverse of the normal practice where you build and then you have sustainment. We're going to have sustainment in advance of build. And right now, as we speak, USS Vermont's alongside doing the month-long maintenance period. Next year, there'll be an Astute visiting, and in 2027, the Submarine Rotation Force West will commence, and very soon we'll be hosting as many as 5 nuclear-powered submarines from HMAS Stirling, with acquisition of our own in 2032. All of that is happening in Western Australia, and it's the right place to do it for the same reasons that we had the second biggest submarine base in the world in Fremantle during World War II. It's a safe haven, proximate enough to the areas of operations to be effective, but distant enough to provide some security. And as the High Commissioner for Australia to the UK regularly states, a lot has changed since World War II, but one thing that hasn't changed is geography. So we're looking forward to hosting that capability uplift, hosting our defence of freedom of the oceans, and defending the wealth and prosperity generations of the nation, which happens from Western Australia in a big way.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to leave the state-based politics alone, but I would say that the Navy is very grateful to be hosted so well in Western Australia and supported. We've been generating sea power from Western Australia now for decades, and it is home to so many Royal Australian Navy families. So I thank you for your leadership in your defence portfolio, Minister. Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Vice Admiral Hammond. It's a real privilege to be on this panel. I think I heard you before talking this morning about undersea being a bit of a unmapped space, and this is a great opportunity for us to really talk about what it is that we do under the sea. For Vocus, the sea is not just a trade route, it's the backbone of our digital economy and national resilience. Vocus is Australia's specialist digital infrastructure operator. We are Australia's second largest holder of terrestrial fibre, and with projects like Australia Connect, Pacific Connect, we will soon hold the largest subsea fibre assets by unique fibre kilometres. Our footprint spans more than 50,000 kilometres of terrestrial fibre and around 15,000 kilometres of subsea systems, soon to be 69,000 kilometres, driven by AI and cloud, which is powering our economy. Connecting Australia to Asia, the Pacific and the United States. These invisible arteries underpin our digital economy, which contributes roughly $167 billion annually to our economy and supports everything from defence cloud to financial transactions. They also enable economic growth for our Pacific neighbours, lifting GDP, enabling e-government and strengthening ties that underpin regional stability. Resilient, high-capacity subsea communications are mission critical across all domains, of warfighting, linking our bases, allies, and particularly our Pacific partners and the United States. Satellite communications will always remain vital, but they will also be contested. And the answer is a resilient mix of subsea fibre, satellite, engineered for redundancy, and rapid restoration. There are strategic vulnerabilities that we need to address. The ACMA, our telco regulator, they have cable protection zones that help shipping avoid cables. But they also create well-advertised corridors that could easily be exploited. Passive protection isn't enough. We need active surveillance and deterrence layered into these zones. And when a break occurs, repair times are a strategic risk. Almost every cable from the Pacific to Christmas Island relies on one ageing repair vessel, the CS Lodbrog. It was built in 1985. Compare that to the US Navy's USNS Zeus and the UK's RFA Proteus, which provides sovereign repair capabilities and subsea infrastructure protection. Australia should consider similar measures. The South China Sea routes are ageing and difficult to replace. In fact, no new cable that's not Chinese has been built since 2017. And this reflects regional tensions that are not going away. This drives the need for alternative paths through Southeast Asia, North Asia and the Pacific, routes that the industry is already investing in. And let's be clear, almost all of the capital for these builds comes from private sources of funding. Government doesn't need to own the risk there. They need to co-invest strategically to ensure that requirements are met. Australia isn't just hulls in its sea power. It's also the fibre beneath the waves. We need to protect it, surveil it, and plan to restore it fast. And that's how we can secure our economy, our alliances, and our future. Thank you, Vice-Admiral.
Michael, thank you very much. I think this is the first time we've really had a panel like this that explores the importance of seabed infrastructure and seabed cables to the national economy. It has been a blind spot for so many Australians. It's something that we have taken for granted for so long. So thank you again for joining us. I look forward to getting to Q&A shortly.
Thank you.
John, I don't know where you want to start, but for those who don't know, John's got a few different portfolios. He's chairman of Brambles, our biggest domestic logistics company. He's the chairman of Penfolds. I know some people in the room and probably some online who don't mind a drop. He's also the chairman of Qantas. He was formerly the chairman of the Maritime Museum Council, and he is an avid underwater explorer, experienced diver in his own right. And he's got his own Maritime Museum collection that's worth checking out sometimes. So John, I'm not sure where you're going to go, but over to you.
Well, thank you, Vice Admiral, and that's an extremely generous and undeserved welcome, but I appreciate it. Look, it is really a big honour to be here and a privilege, and I really thank you for inviting me along. I'm here to represent Qantas, but as the Chief of Navy said, I'm a bit of a history tragic, particularly naval one. I don't believe in reincarnation, sadly, but if I could be reincarnated, I'd come back in the Navy. But
you're only human, John.
Take a while for that. And very interesting just listening to your comments there about undersea cables. So a few years ago, I was chairman of Telstra at the time. We went looking for a famous shipwreck in the South China Sea, and during that, we went with our unmanned vehicle, we went over the top of the Telstra cable and located it ourselves. And I thought, God, if I can find it, imagine what the black hat people out there would do, the bad actors could do. But anyway, look, as the Chief of Navy and others mentioned, obviously 99% of goods traded and 79% of value come by sea, etc. And you might wonder, well, what's the relevance to Qantas? Obviously, like all other logistics providers, we rely totally on imported fuel. And I think I was on the government panel looking at strategic shipping, and some of the statistics that came out of that was really eye-watering. That we had, I think, 26,000 foreign flagged arrivals, and as Chief of Navy said, only an infinitesimally small number of Australian flagged. And it wasn't always like that. So 50 years ago, we had 150 blue water ships. We've now only got about 15. Of those, 4 will probably be out of service soon. So we're going to be in single digits fairly soon. We've got only 2 operational oil refineries anymore, and we'll probably hear more later, Geelong and Brisbane. And industry has almost shut down because buying refined products abroad and importing them just in time for consumption is much more economical. And that just-in-time philosophy is great, but it relies, of course, on geopolitical stability, and for the first time in my working life, that's no longer assured. 90% of liquid fuels don't come from the Middle East. A lot of people think that they do, but they actually come predominantly from Malaysia. And we import around 7 billion litres of jet fuel a year. Qantas uses about 5 billion of that, and 70% of that comes again from China, Malaysia, Singapore, that area. We hold as a nation about 37 days worth of petrol, and jet fuel and diesel about 30 days. We need approximately a supertanker and a half per day to keep the lights on and Australia open for business. As you heard, a particular concern, therefore, is our reliance on the liquid fuels imported via South China Sea shipping routes, because obviously any conflict in the South China Sea, Taiwan Strait, or broader Indo-Pacific region could severely disrupt shipping lanes and fuel supplies. And conflict there would threaten close to 90% of refined fuel imports. And even if the routes between these countries and Australia don't pass through the South China Sea, 80% of the crude oil that those countries import from the Middle East to then refine and send to us, that does pass through the Malacca Strait. So we would, as a nation, we would basically down tools in under 2 months if there was a major prolonged import disruption. And I don't think that the average person walking on the street is aware of just how sensitive that balance is. So what do you do about it? Well, that's really hard, of course. I think there are 4 obvious ways, 3 of them short-term. Really, you can diversify import sources. Yes, so I think the more parts of the world the imports come from, the more resilient you'll be to geopolitical threat. We can increase local refining capability again, but without government support, that's very unlikely to work. We can increase our strategic reserves, but that's really a short-term thing. I think we have a strategic reserve in the United States. I'm not quite sure what use that would be in time of conflict. But the big one then is to, as a nation, but particularly as an industry, reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. And in the aviation industry, we are a long way from making real progress in sustainability because we don't really have any alternative today. And Qantas has got a target of reducing or using 10% of sustainable aviation fuel by 2030. But we buy 5 billion litres of fuel every year, and unless we can substantially increase SAF production, non-fossil fuel production, which will require government and industry involvement, then we're always going to be vulnerable. Stop now.
Thank you, John. And you mentioned 2 onshore refineries. It's a nice segue, Matthew, because your company, Ampol, owns and operates one of those 2. I think before COVID there were 4 in the country. Now we're down to 2. I think once upon a time we refined 80% of our fuels in Australia. Now it's 20% and reducing. Would you like to make any opening remarks, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Vice Admiral. And John set up fuel security pretty well as a really important topic, and certainly one that Ampol, as Australia's largest transport energy provider, takes very seriously. And I think acknowledging the changing context that has occurred over the last number of years. As was mentioned, so 15 years ago, Australia refined 80% of its own fuels, and today that's 20%. So in the space of 15 years, to go from 80% to 20% is quite a significant shift. And as John pointed out, the reason for that is really a number of huge refineries are being built elsewhere in the world that have totally different economics to the refineries that exist in Australia. For instance, refinery just recently commissioned in Africa is around 600,000 barrels a day, which is about 6 times the size of our refinery or both refineries that are left in Australia. From our point of view, I think it's really, we take fuel security and the role we play very seriously. We have an operation that has scale across refining, terminals, pipelines, depots, infrastructure. And what's unique about Ampol is that we are the only Australian-owned and headquartered company that has our own capability to source from diversified supply sources right across the world. So we have capability in Singapore and in Houston in the US to supply our fuels and help navigate the diversification of those supply chains. So what do you do about it? We engaged with government around kind of the future of refining when those refineries were shutting down back during COVID, and we're in active discussions at the moment. To put it into context, our refineries lost over $100 million in the last year. So this is a challenging context, and it's one that we are deeply engaged in to make sure that we can not lose the last 2 that exist, which are obviously critical to our fuel security, at the same time as looking at options, working with government to build out more fuel storage, as John spoke to. Fuel imports are the largest source of imports for Australia. So over $50 billion of fuel is imported per year. And that is about 12% of Australia's overall imports. If you include crude oil in that, that would sort of go up to over $60 billion and 15%. So it's very, very material. We are very much focused not only on building that resilience, how do we reinforce refining, how do we ensure that we can work with government and defence on ensuring the protection of supply lines, but equally when we look to the future, how are we looking to build resilience? And often renewable fuels or low carbon liquid fuels that John talked to, whether it be sustainable aviation fuel or renewable diesel, are spoken about in a decarbonisation context, and they do play an important role from a decarbonisation point of view, but equally they play a critical role as we look to the future in bolstering the fuel resilience that the country has, because Australia does have access to the non-crude oil-based feedstocks in a way that the country no longer has its own crude oil-based feedstocks of any great substance. So really important, again, working together with Qantas and others in the aviation industry, other customers, and on the feedstock side, GrainCorp, to try and pull together investments in the country that can help deliver SAF and renewable fuels. That is going to take time. It requires government policy to ensure that those investments can stack up, and it requires a coalition of companies and government to make that happen. But in addition to securing our future, the resilience of our fuel today, storage, refining, and diversified supply lines, we are also looking at how we can start investing in longer-term resilience that doesn't rely on those measures. Thank you, Admiral.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you. So in the remaining time, we've got a few questions. I'm going to jump around the panel a little bit and we'll see how this goes organically. Minister, I'll start with you. Reflecting on your service both in the Royal Australian Navy and now as a Minister in the West Australian Government, how well understood is assured access to the sea and the importance of global maritime trade? And if I might, how can navies support this conversation better?
You mean nationally as opposed to... I think in our state, it's probably people are probably more sensitive to the importance of freedom of the seas, but nationally, I'm not sure at all that there's an awareness. Certainly not to the extent it should be. And by the same token, there's, I think, less awareness of the threatening environment that we find ourselves in and how immediate that threat is. So that's it. I think there needs to be a much more vigorous national discussion around not just the importance of freedom of the seas, but what is threatening that and the environment that we confront.
Thank you, Minister. And in your view, what role do navies play? Is this a conversation that navies need to lead?
Absolutely, yeah. As you said this morning, I think navies are navies are part of the diplomatic service, and your engagement collaboratively is far more effective than individually. And you need to lead the discussion or play an important leading role in the discussion. But that's true of elevating the awareness of the threat and the risky environment that we confront as well.
And in the context of West Australian government leadership, is there a forum you might like to advertise while you have the opportunity?
Sorry?
Is there a West Australian government-led forum that you might like to advertise, perhaps?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, you should all come to the Indian Ocean Defence and Security Conference in May next year, 26th to 28th of May. The last one, was the first occasion where you and your colleagues from the US and UK were in one place in Australia at one time since the announcement of AUKUS. And our aspiration for the next one is to have the Secretaries of Defence and the Minister attend and have an adjacent ministers meeting. So it'll be a big deal, very much Indian Ocean and Asian focused, and well worth attending.
We got there, thank you. It is an important forum, and I do have assurances from my counterparts from the US and UK that they will be attending. It'll be a good opportunity for us to walk the deck plates at Stirling with respect to readiness for Submarine Rotational Force West. But it is a great opportunity to continue the national conversation on these issues. At the end of the day, my expectation is when the Navy's participating in these forums, that they are of strategic consequence or we don't do them. And I would offer that this particular issue is of strategic consequence. I'm going to jump back to Matthew Halliday. In the 2024 AMPOL annual report, you identify fossil fuel product and asset redundancy as a risk source. Could you explain what you take into account when understanding that risk? What are the physical and logistic manifestations?
Yeah, so we obviously look at the future of future demand for fuel and supply chains and supply chain resilience. So our infrastructure is all our significant terminal infrastructure, pipeline infrastructure is critical infrastructure and designated as such. And so we treat it very seriously from that point of view. I suppose when we look at demand trends and petrol demand coming down as EVs are taken up over time, but diesel and jet fuel continues to grow. And it's really important that we continue to invest in the capability, the resilience of the infrastructure and the human capability that we have to effectively run that infrastructure. And I reflect back on the refining context that we just spoke about, and moving from refining 80% of our own fuels to 20%, I can assure you that the people capability that the country has today, that we have to run major maintenance and turnarounds, is not what it was 10 or 15 years ago. And so we're not just relying on overseas fuel, we're relying on capability increasingly. And so we very much look at it through a holistic lens to say, how do we build resilience, not just in our physical infrastructure, but in our capability.
Thanks, Matt. And when we stage for disaster relief operations, we often stage out of Brisbane because we know we can get good fuel to top up the LHDs, and our amphibious vessels, that the LHDs in particular, can carry enough aviation gas to run our fleet air arm pretty much for 12 months. It's a huge tank. But we are reliant upon our industry partners to make sure that fuel source is available. So it's not just about our own national security, but it is about our ability to help our allies, partners and neighbours in moments of need. In terms of diversifying fuel sources, I just want to take this opportunity to highlight that our Navy was a first adopter of hybrid technology. In fact, I think the first hybrid vehicle in this country arrived in 1914 with our first 2 diesel-electric submarines, and we've been operating a hybrid fleet of submarines ever since. Funnily enough, the next generation of Australian submarine capability will burn even less fossil fuel once it's in service. Thank you for indulging me with that comment. Mike Gallagher.
Yep.
Disruptions to maritime trade would obviously have a big impact on Australian ports. How quickly could our ports and the connected shoreside infrastructure respond to either sudden increases or decreases in the volume of containers, liquid fuels, and other bulk goods? So either if the supply is suddenly diminished or if demand is suddenly increased.
I mean, look, it's a fair question, and a lot of this is being considered by our ports right around the country now. I know the federal government's been doing a body of work using an outside agency to start to delve into this whole issue of resilience of our ports. And it'll be up to the individual ports to determine their own unique capabilities or vulnerabilities, as it were. It's something that they don't talk about openly with us, but it's clearly something that at this point in time, I suspect, if not, they will be talking to government more to better understand what the impact of that would be. Generally speaking, our ports are very capable of handling fluctuations, but it'll depend on exactly where those fluctuations are and what the commodities are. And it'll also depend on the ability of the port ecosystem to actually be able to maintain its operation. If it moves away from a diesel-powered crane operated by a person and it goes to an automated crane that relies on the internet and it relies on electricity coming from the grid, therein lies the challenges. So we need to find somewhere in the middle between what we've traditionally used and what futuristic it looks like, somewhere in the middle that would ensure that they're capable of continuing to work, even if they're attacked.
So you're basically managing this risk on a daily basis anyway, right?
They always are.
What's the shore-based infrastructure like with respect to if you no longer have access to a port on the west coast? Does the road and rail infrastructure exist to bring things to Western Australia overland?
Provided we don't have any weather. The problem is, of course, the investment that's being made from east to west to try to lift the road infrastructure. But of course, it's singular track, singular road. It's not like if that road's cut, you can go another way, or if that rail line's cut, you can go another way. I mean, the government is currently looking at strategic fleet, but my argument is that vessels are one thing, but barges are another, and we have to look at all of those capabilities that we currently have to be able to move essential commodities around the country. It doesn't always have to be in the belly of a vessel, which of course are so expensive, but are there other ways that we can move it around? We at the ports, we're mode agnostic. We don't prefer one over the other, but clearly coastal shipping is an area where we feel as we use the term, the blue highway is already there. You don't need to invest in the infrastructure. We just need a willingness of government to say, let's include it there. But at the same time, we have to be mindful of the impact that that would have on rail and the ability of rail to continue operating commercially. Once it's gone, it's going to be very difficult to get it back on track, so to speak.
Right. Thanks, Mike. I'm not sure that was reassuring, but I think it was very accurate. And I think and I know Minister Papali'i has had some experience with northwest communities being cut off as the roads have been destroyed by storms and other natural phenomenon. It is a big issue. The size of our country demands significant infrastructure, and not every community has a resilient road in or out.
Well, it wasn't just the northwest. Yeah, a couple of years ago, there was a storm in South Australia which took out the rail line, and we got massively disrupted, and it took many weeks to resume supply to the state. So we're very sensitive. It doesn't take a global pandemic to disrupt our supply chain. In the western side of the continent, it's very vulnerable.
Vice Admiral, one thing that has been not seen by a lot of people was in 2022, the Productivity Commission did an inquiry into critical supply chains following AdBlue. And they looked right around the country at all of those commodities that we import to keep us all alive and to keep the lights on, so to speak, and where they all originated from. Surprise, surprise, about 90% of those critical commodities came from one particular country. And of course, the response was, well, let's look at alternative countries that can produce it. That's lovely, but have a look at who owns the shipping lines that are bringing those commodities to us. We don't own them, and I guarantee if we relocate from one country to another, we might not find that shipping line is readily available to convey the essential commodities here, and the other countries may not have ships available to bring them here. So it is a critical supply chain debate, that not just the commodity, but it's all about how do we get it here.
And in the context of peace and security, that I think we've always assumed that interconnectedness and interdependence of the international community would be a stabilising force. I think that it's also true that it's become a bit of a vulnerability, and I think that's at the essence of some of this conversation. John Mullen, so Qantas also manages a wide range of risks every minute of every day. Are there some risks that are beyond the capacity of the company to manage on its own? And if so, how do you address them?
Probably the biggest risk for any airline is safety. You know, sadly, any industry can injure or even kill somebody, but there's very few industries that can kill 300 or 400 people at a time. So that's pretty well top of the list of all risk schedules that we have and the focus of board and management. But this fuel security and fuel availability is probably the next one. Most companies are embarked on reducing scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions, and most industrial companies have done pretty well on 1 and 2, and they're sort of struggling a bit with 3. But the aviation industry is still at sort of ground zero on 1. Despite what you read in the newspapers, there are no tangible plans from the major manufacturers to produce an electric or hydrogen-powered aircraft in the foreseeable future. Certainly not in my working or potentially total lifetime. You'll see definitely, you know, air taxis and sort of glorified drones and all that will be very exciting, but an aircraft that can carry 300 passengers across the other side of the world is just not there. So the only way that the industry is going to address that is through the production of sustainable aviation fuel. Challenge there, of course, is cost and availability, and it's all a vicious circle. We don't produce a lot, and the reason we don't produce a lot is because nobody will buy it when it's 2 or 3 times as expensive as ordinary jet fuel. So, you know, it's a conundrum for governments and for everybody. If you could fix it much more rapidly if customers were prepared to pay 2 or 3 times the airfare, but that's not going to be acceptable anyway. So the only way I can see is it's going to have to be a gradual process. It needs a triangulation of government, because government will have to subsidise, support, encourage, mandate the use of these alternative fuels. Then you need agriculture to produce the material. I think the CSIRO thinks that we could do it. I think they believe that with the right conditions, we could produce 5 billion litres today and probably 10 in another few years. And that, certainly from aviation fuel, would go an awfully long way. And then from industry, it needs the maritime industry and the land-based trucking, transport industry and aviation all to work together, I think, and now with Navy as well, because we'll all benefit from the same thing. So if you get that tripartite agreement and work towards it, but it's going to take time. You know, IATA has said we'll get there by 2050. There's absolutely no chance in hell of that being achieved unless governments and societies radically reshape the way we produce our non-fossil fuel.
Thanks, John. Michael, last question from me. It's for you. Given recent incidents with cables in the Baltic and some other places, how do you see the international cable protection regime needs to evolve to take account of the potential for sustained efforts at malicious damage?
Yeah, I think the industry's been noisily horrified by that. There's been plenty of forums similar to this, telco-related, that have looked at, you know, what's happened there, and we don't really have an answer. We're coming up with an answer. Australia's had a number of submarine cable cuts recently off WA, and when one goes, that's one thing, but when we see something that's, that doesn't have an answer, it's a real concern. So, the answer to this that everyone's coming to the conclusion of is that we have to surveil these things a lot better. We have to show that there's a deterrent around that. We are seeing certain navies with a capability to actively cut these things, and any war historian will tell you that these are the first things that go. Usually the first signal that you're about to be under attack. So we have to work out what we do in response. It's inevitable, and I think the key dialogue that we need to be having as an industry with government as well as with Navy is how do we respond to that? It's not an if, it's a scenario that should just be part of our plans. So look, I think, we know surveillance, we know repair. These are the things that, we have as tools at our disposal. We have to put a bit of policy around that, and we also have to show, just like with any other defence capability, that we're prepared for that, and therefore ward it off that way. I think that's the key dialogue that we're looking forward to, and it's really based on something that's creeping up on us, and it's our dependency on our digital infrastructure. We have created a beast. We've wired it conveniently, not deliberately, and so, the public's amazed when the simpler service goes down. We've just seen single services be, fill up, parliamentary inquiries, as we saw yesterday with, the AAA outage. I think it just underlines the problem we've got ourselves into with this digital world that we've wired up now.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is possible and 10 is certain, what do you rate the risk of Australia's seabed cable infrastructure being deliberately interfered with over the next few years?
I think it's an act of war that will see it off. I think we could be tested, see what our response capability is. It appears that that's what's happened in other jurisdictions, so it's likely. But in a war situation, it is inevitable.
Inevitable. Thank you. Anthony, I think we probably have time for a question from the audience, if you'd like to lead off.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of great questions. From Lieutenant General Glynn, could our industry experts please reflect on the implications and concerns of industry regarding the People's Liberation Army Navy's activities around Australia in the past year?
With regards
to just the level of Chinese warships operating, in the vicinity of Australia over the past year, and any concerns or implications that you see with respect to that?
I mean, we're not the national security experts in this discussion, nor do we have access to the level of intel that you would have. At this point in time, we haven't seen disruption, but we have obviously, as members of the Australian community, experienced the same degree of alarm and concern, particularly around live fire. I mean, that's a new area to us, but it would probably be more concerning if we had access to the same level of intel and knowledge that you guys have, and probably best that we don't.
Perhaps, John, the shortest distance between 2 points for an airline is a straight line. The live firing activity obviously had a bit of an impact on the aviation industry. Is there anything you'd like to comment?
Substantial. So the events of the South China Sea, etc., haven't really had a lot of impact, but the Middle East has had a huge impact. So, I mean, most of the traffic from this part of the world over to Europe and goes via the Middle East, and we change flight paths daily. We get security advice from government and defence and elsewhere about what's happening on the ground and the likelihood of an aircraft running into trouble. And every flight considers it, and we reroute all the time. And that obviously costs a lot of money. You've got to go for a longer way around. It's meant things like a non-stop flight from Perth to the UK on occasions has had to stop because of the route now is diverted so much that you can no longer make it non-stop. That's the biggest trouble spot in the world, but there seem to be more, and they're increasing, so it's a big part of our everyday risk issues.
So peace and security underwritten by rules-based order means cheaper airline tickets for all of us?
Well, don't go that far. Yes, it should, of course.
Thanks, John. Anthony, I think it's back to you.
Yeah, I've got another one on the submarine cables. It relates to submarine cable repair. So for Mr. Michael Ackland, do you see that as an opportunity for government, or is that something that should lie within government's remit? And on that, where do you see the roles and responsibilities, or how could a coordinated approach, or what would a coordinated approach look like to the repair of undersea cables?
Yeah, this is both an industry and multi-government solution that we need here. As you'd appreciate, it's not just the cables that land at the Australian shoreline, they all connect internationally. So it requires a cooperation with our partner navies. It requires cooperation with industry and what capability it has. One of the greatest problems that many aren't aware of at the moment is that the industry is building so much cable at the moment, which is a great thing for resiliency, but there's no cable repair ships available because everything's deployed fulfilling new capability. So there are some answers in that itself, that more cables, more resiliency, but it's an interjurisdictional solution with industry and government around the world.
I think we might have to call it there, Anthony. I think we've got about 3 or 4 minutes before my next bilateral commitment.
No, we'll do so. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please join in me in thanking the distinguished guests of the first panel. It's been a fantastic discussion. I think we've delved into some numerous areas and quite enlightening, particularly for the uniformed members in the audience, to have a better appreciation, understanding of the thinking of some of the most eminent leaders in Australia's industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the panel members. And sir and gentlemen, if you can join us out the front, please, for an official photo. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just reset the stage for the second panel of day one of the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. The second panel's theme is Australia's dependence on access to the sea and maritime strategy, and that'll be hosted by the Deputy Chief of Navy, Rear Admiral Matt Buckley. I'll just wait for us to reset the stage and then I'll introduce the panel members. Thank you. Thanks so much. No, thank you very much.
We wait the fence.
Ladies and gentlemen, this second panel consists of 4 esteemed academics. The first, Professor John Blaxland, who's the Professor of International Security and Intelligence Studies in the Strategic and Defence Studies Centre in the Coral Bell School of Asia-Pacific Affairs and the Director of the Australian National University North America Liaison Officer. John will provide some remarks today, but his full presentation will be provided on Thursday, the 6th of November, so this Thursday at 9 a.m. In meeting room E3 for those that are interested in that more fulsome presentation. Our second panel member is Dr. Miranda Booth from the University of New South Wales in Canberra. Our third is Ms. Hayley Channer. She's the Director of the Economic Security Program with the United States Studies Centre at the University of Sydney. And our final member is Associate Professor Megan McRae from the Strategic and Defence Studies Centre and Deputy Director in the Coral Bell School of Asia-Pacific Affairs at the Australian National University. Before I hand over to Rear Admiral Buckley to convene the panel, I'd just like to advise that immediately on completion of this panel, we'll pause briefly to watch the running of the Melbourne Cup. For our international guests, the Melbourne Cup is a famous horse race akin to the Kentucky Derby, the Ascot Gold Cup or the Dubai World Cup. It is touted as the race that stops the nation, hence it will cause a small halt to proceedings here at Indo-Pacific 2025. The race has been run at 3 p.m. On the first Tuesday in November since its inception in 1861. So once the race is complete, we'll then commence the final panel of the day. Deputy Chief of Navy, Rear Admiral Buckley, sir, welcome and request you convene the panel.
Thanks, Anthony, and I will not be the Admiral that stands between you and the Melbourne Cup. I could hear my grandfather rolling in his grave with his TAB form guide at his lap. But before the Melbourne Cup, we are going to talk about access to the ocean and our maritime strategy. It's a real privilege to be here with such an esteemed panel, and therefore I'm not going to do much talking. I'm going to be inviting our esteemed guests to talk about the subject. We've heard a fair bit this morning from the Chief of Navy and others about what it is that is Australia's story in terms of the maritime context. We've heard about our island continent. We've heard a lot about how intertwined our economy is with the sea and how that sea has been our lifeblood since time eternal for our country. We've heard a little bit just on the panel before about the so what, and that was the economic independency that occurs in that context. We've heard about the trade and the undersea cables and the information that flows. We've heard about those great arteries that connect us to the north with Asia, out to the west to the Middle East, the fuel, and also to Europe, and of course that very important great trade link and sea line of communication across the Pacific to the United States, which has long been one linked to our national security, and in fact was the first time it's ever truly been tested back in 1942. I think what we're really looking for at this panel is the now what. What is it that we should be doing about it, and what should we be doing about it in terms of strategy, in terms of a national defence strategy, how maritime should that strategy be in nature, how much of that strategy is borne by the defence organisation or those the national security sort of groupings that we become familiar with, and how much of it should be engaged with the broader national economy and society more generally. So they're the sort of themes that I'm hoping that we'll be able to tease out today. And without further ado, what I'm going to do is just ask our esteemed panellists just to give us their opening sort of perspectives and views, and then we'll move on to a few questions. So I'm going to start with Associate Professor Megan McRae. So Megan, let's start with you just for some opening thoughts, please.
Sure. Thanks for having me today. So I am a bit of a voyeur to the Australian Defence Force and Australia. I didn't grow up here. I'm an historian of war, not a contemporary defence analyst or an international relations scholar. So I thought I would use these perspectives, civilian, foreigner, historian, to address the topic today of Australia's dependence on access to the sea and maritime strategy. So my point today is that Australian culture, and culture for most nations, impacts how the public thinks about the Navy. And that this culture, it impacts through mostly narratives, because humans are attracted to narratives. It's how we evolved as a species, telling narratives about who we are, where we're going. And so I'm going to talk to you today about how narratives are underpinned by historical representations and ideas. And it's important because the public will, or sometimes people call it domestic support, is needed to access the sea, or at least support the things required to access the sea. So essentially, I'm unpacking some of the cultural barriers to making Australians more sea-minded. So I first moved to Australia in 2018, approximately 7 years ago. I was working at the Australian War College and learning more about the Australian Defence Force writ large in this experience. And as I was doing that learning, I was struck by how little the Navy and maritime issues featured in public discourse. It felt as though many Australians stood on the shore but looked inward. And this was despite that Australia, to me, was clearly an island. Then, especially post-AUKUS, I heard more about, quote, like how Australia is a maritime nation, end quote. And while I personally don't disagree, I started to wonder how many Australians actually thought about that. And I mean beyond enjoying what the ocean offers from the shores or from a boat, how many people understood Australia's full relationship to the water, what it means for economic prosperity, security, etc. So my experience of talking to people, and it is somewhat anecdotal, I tried to poll some of my 250 plus undergrads this year about how they think about the military in a course on how nations fight. The images that I hear from people that they conjure about warfare are understandably land-centric. Indeed, it's upon the land that we live, and yet it's upon the sea that, as we've heard today, we ultimately rely for our way of life, our economic prosperity. As the Chief of Navy mentioned this morning, 1 in 20 jobs is somehow related to the sea. So the sea is central to the way of living in Australia. And with AUKUS at the forefront of defense discussions, sea power is more prominent. But I think a big question for the Navy is, how do you make that enduring? Okay, so then as I was thinking, I started to wonder, what is the national narrative or the dominant narrative for a military of a nation that is both a continent and an island? And I say this because historically, powers, think of themselves as continental if they're a large landmass, or they, like Britain, if it's a smaller island, they, rely on sea power and a culture of sea power. And so Australia has this interesting blend of the two. And I think thinking about the identity in that way might help interweave the Navy more so than it is now. So I think that's a challenge for the Navy, and it's a cultural challenge. So how can this idea of a maritime nation or sea power become intertwined with the national narrative of Australia? I'm not sure there's just one national narrative but let's assume there's at least a dominant vision of the military. So I think there are two cultural challenges for the Navy. The first is around the role of history, memory, and legend, and that the relationship that these things have to the future. So I would say that there's a land-centric view of the military held by the public, and that's very much linked to the Anzac legend. So the First World War has been such an enduring image for Western nations like Australia, Canada, Britain. And in many ways, the First World War has permeated images of war. It spawned a series of cultural products, books, plays, television shows, movies, 1917 more recently. And you keep seeing these things, and it keeps reminding people of the images of the First World War and the folly of war. But again, it's very land-centric. So I think we could think about what makes the First World War so deeply ingrained in national culture for Australia and Canada. Obviously, this is part of the national myth of a nation forged in fire, which is different from countries like Britain, who may think a lot about the First World War, but they don't, that's not where their nation was made. And the Anzac legend, I think specifically, isn't particularly inclusive for the Navy. I have a quote here from the Australian War Memorial, which describes the Anzac tradition. Quote, "What became known as the Anzac legend became an important part of the identity of both nations, Australia and New Zealand, and shaped the ways in which they viewed both their past and their future." And here I think we should emphasize the future, because I think this legend has posed some challenges for Australians to view the sea as central to who they are and how they live. So while we have an overall ethos of the Anzac legend, I think we also very much have the image of the digger again, something that does not make the image of the legend naturally inclusive of the Navy. And this is despite that obviously Gallipoli had a major naval component. And I think it's often an issue for the ways that we look at the land and land warfare. People forget about the sea. And then I think a second challenge is the idea of sacrifice and the way that sacrifice is viewed and remembered. It often has to be a spectacle. And so there's a question about how do you capture sacrifice? And here the Navy is also at a disadvantage in that the majority of its activities occur far from view. So I understand it's different today, obviously with mobile phones, but when narratives were being set for Australia, the activities that encompass maritime strength during war, battle fleets, merchant marines, etc., were difficult to capture at the same time as land events were being captured by new mediums such as photograph. Obviously, people painted as well. So, again, just obviously you know this, naval battles are rare, expensive, and far from view. And as I said before, I think a lot of these images are slightly ironic because in so many of the major conflicts, the resources and the people doing the fighting were indeed moved by sea, and that the battles could never have occurred at all without access to sea lines of communication. But they're not a spectacle. So I think, as I'm going to return to it, this central question for the Navy is, again, with AUKUS at the forefront of defense discussions right now, sea power is more prominent, but how do you make that enduring? Many people are concerned with raising Australia's sea-mindedness, and here I would encourage the Navy to think about the power of the narrative form and the importance of storytelling. And here I don't mean fictional storytelling, but I mean having a sense of where the Navy, maritime strategy, et cetera, fits with the stories of Australia. And that needs to be articulated. I think perhaps the work of Andrew Lambert could be helpful here. If you're interested, have a look at his book, Sea Power States. So he looks at countries such as Britain that have a conscious cultural construction that place the sea at the center of national life. Okay, so finally, I'll just end by saying that ideas matter, and ideas are powerful for motivating people, and I'm just putting that out there as some thoughts of a historian, foreigner, newly arrived person in Australia to an extent. Thanks.
Thank you, McGann. Some great thoughts, and it's interesting, isn't it, that Anzac narrative, and particularly that sort of what was really an amphibious campaign, but was principally from an Australian view focused on the land, has sort of shaped the narrative when for the 120 odd years before that, it was really, I mean, if you look here in Sydney, it was our first governor was a naval officer. It was ships that brought people here, not necessarily all of them wanted to come here at that point, but anyway, that aside.
Right.
And you know, even that great sort of boom of the mid-1800s in Australia, which was empowered by the clippers, you know, that era of the clipper ships, is kind of a forgotten part of our history, and how we sort of reimagine that in our future, I think will be really important, particularly when we do have the context of, as we heard before, significantly expanding the scale and potency of our naval forces, the move into naval nuclear propulsion, and all of those kinds of things, which mean that people now actually start to ask you those questions when you come across them, because it's not something they've thought about. So thanks for teeing us up, and I think it'll be appropriate now to ask Hayley Channer, who does think quite deeply about policy matters, international relations, alliances and the like, just for your initial thoughts on this subject.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me. I work at the United States Studies Centre, which is a think tank at the University of Sydney. Like the name suggests, it does look a lot at the United States, but we look at the whole Indo-Pacific region, so that we look at Japan, South Korea, India, and the South Pacific. But I actually have a background working at the Department of Defence as a civilian. I used to work in International Policy Division, so anyone here that received a briefing pack request from me, I do apologise. But also one of the best experiences that ever happened to me happened at Defence. I got to be a policy advisor on Talisman Sabre. I was based at 3rd Fleet Headquarters in San Diego, reporting to a US Vice Admiral who was this blonde woman from the south of America. She was shorter than me, and it was great to see all of these 6-foot Marines stand to attention when she came in the room. I felt there was hope for me as a short woman. So it was a great experience. I was working 12-hour shifts under simulated wartime conditions from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and the experience taught me 3 things. The first thing it taught me is how resource constrained both the US and Australia is and what we want to achieve in a maritime field. So, for example, we think of Talisman Sabre as increasing interoperability between our forces, the US, and a lot of other forces, but actually a lot of the time it's about certifying different manoeuvres at sea rather than the interoperability. It's about training and certification. The other thing it taught me was that interoperability is a lot easier to say than it is to actually do. And in fact, interoperability between our 3 forces is hard enough. And the very last thing it taught me, if there's any Americans in the room, I do apologise for outing you in this way, but that often Americans will forget about Australia in terms of what assets Australia has to bring to the fight. And so all of those have contributed to my understanding of how we work in a maritime environment. The topics I cover as Director of Economic Security are vast. Things like tariffs, industrial policy, supply chains, energy, and public-private partnerships. So obviously this year with tariffs and President Trump, I have been very busy. And I just wanted to make a couple of what I would say are fairly obvious points about this topic, about Australia's dependence on access to the sea. The first one that is Australia is reliant on trade. We are trade exposed, and that free trade is under major threat. So, first on Australia's reliance on trade, which I know you've heard a lot about, but I just want to really underline this point. Unlike big countries such as China and the United States that can both produce and consume their own goods, Australia's security depends on our ability to both import and export. By volume, we rely on the import of oil, gas, fuel, construction materials, and chemicals, and by value, we are importing a lot of our motor vehicles and household items. We import more than 90% of our crude oil and refined products. And we also have this just-in-time supply model. We heard in the previous session John Mullen from Qantas talking about Australia's fuel reserves. Now, this just-in-time supply model is not going to work for Australia in future, and it's something that Australian companies will have to recognise and then absorb the costs of. But there's a lot of expectation within Australian industry that the government will help solve this problem for them, because industry sees a lot of these supply chain issues as a geopolitical issue that Australia has yet to solve. So, for example, when Australia faced economic coercion from China between 2020 and 2024, when China stopped buying our coal, cotton, grapes, lobster, lots of other products, now a lot of Australian companies are exporting in higher quantities to China than they did before the trade coercion. So they didn't diversify their trading partners because they can still get the best profits from China. In fact, now we export more coal to China than we did before 2020. And that's different from other countries that have faced economic coercion from China. So if you think of Japan, for example, another maritime nation, back in 2010, it had its Chinese exports of rare earths cut off, so Japanese companies couldn't access rare earths in the same way. Japanese industry did learn the lesson of diversification, and they then went and found other partners, including Australian companies like Lynas Rare Earths, to start producing these rare earths for Japan. So the lessons that countries learn can be very different. In the Australian case, a lot of our companies saw it as a political failure rather than China's fault. And so there's a sort of learning that needs to happen within Australian industry of the need to price in this risk. I think also there's a point about how free trade is under major threat. You can look at just the last month where China cut off more rare earth technology to the United States, and throughout the entire year, the United States has been putting more tariffs on all countries all around the world, not just large percents of tariffs across the board, but sector-specific tariffs like steel and aluminium, and even things like wooden furniture. And it is a shame that this is a government policy of the United States because it's also undercutting their other goals. So, for example, one of their goals is shipbuilding. Well, they're going to need steel and aluminium for their shipbuilding. So these are challenges that all of our governments and publics are going to continue to face. They're really ramping up, and there's not going to be a return to normal when we see the next US president, because the tariffs that are implemented now are a continuation of Biden policy, and before that, a continuation of the first Trump presidency. So I think we can expect that the next president after Trump will continue to put these tariffs on. And then if I can just close by saying two challenges, I think, for the Australian government, because a lot of the work that I do is in working closely with government to advise on government policy. The two areas I think they're really going to need to step up their game is on something that Megan said, which is ideas and messaging, and also in terms of workforce. So in terms of the ideas and messaging, I think we're seeing the government in a very difficult position about how it talks about Australia's security. And an example of that is earlier this year when there was a Chinese PLA flotilla that circumnavigated Australia and conducted live fire drills in our EEZ. There was no public announcement by the government. And they did do some private representations to the Chinese government, but essentially our government wanted the relationship to stay on an even keel. And that could have been an opportunity to talk to the Australian public about why we need AUKUS, to show really why the Australian government is implementing a decade-long project and spending, more than $200 billion on this project. The government needs to seize opportunities for positive messaging around why we are doing AUKUS, and that's an example of when it could do that. And lastly, on workforce, I think this is going to be a challenge for the government. It's how do you explain to young people that they should be welders and shipbuilders, or that they should be submariners and go and actually crew the next AUKUS class? I think the new generation is looking for different things than previous generations. They're much more socially connected and connected into technology, so leaving their mobile phones at home is going to be hard. So we need to find ways to entice young people into these careers. And so that's, again, another messaging challenge, but also a values-based challenge. And if we can communicate why it is that we've got AUKUS and other Navy and whole of Defence Force policy, we might be able to really encourage and inspire the next generation of Australians to be part of that.
Some outstanding points there, Hayley. And of all the things you said, I think the only thing that I could see as a positive was that you're able to get some cheap crayfish in Fremantle there for about a year or two. Yeah. But we couldn't eat enough crayfish to make the crayfishermen happy, so they're now selling their crayfish to Asia again. But on a serious note, that interdependency between our economic prosperity, good, robust, sound policy, but policy that might align between partners is a critical point you make. And one that I think we've already seen emerge as a theme today is a system that is optimised for efficiency, and Mike Gallagher raised this from Ports Australia, versus resilience. And resilience comes at a cost to the bottom line, so who bears that cost? And it's an interesting question that I think will get teased out over the next couple of days. And the workforce problem, I think we've got a couple of panels on that later, but you're right, it's besides the fact that it's great fun to be able to go away for several months and not have contact, just saying, convincing people who are not used to that is a difficult undertaking, because when your whole life is being a nativist on these systems and that and connectedness becomes a part of your identity, and it doesn't matter whether it's submarines or our other maritime platforms, that tyranny of distance, that feeling that you might be disconnected is something that we all have to overcome, for sure. Miranda, I'm going to go to you now, someone that has a great expertise in things like maritime law and understanding of sea power doctrine. And we talked before the panel, and we were talking about what a strong strategic narrative might look like. So I might turn to you now and give you that one to start off with, if that's okay.
Wonderful, thank you so much. I'll begin my remarks with a brief outline of the environment and some of the challenges that mean that access to the sea can no longer be assumed. And then I'll follow with some reflections on what are possible future maritime strategy could look like to continuously shape and enable conditions that will promote access to the sea. And I acknowledge that we're all aware that the world's strategic and economic center of gravity has shifted to the Indo-Pacific. And we heard some examples of this morning. 65% of the world's population hosted within this region, almost 2/3 of the world's global trade, and more than half of its GDP. 7 of the world's 10 largest militaries. It's a focal point for accelerating military modernization, but it is also fundamentally a maritime construct. And Australia is adjacent to this maritime centre and is a maritime nation itself. We've heard that it has the world's largest zone of search and rescue responsibility, the 3rd largest exclusive economic zone in the world, and is sea and seabed reliant for its economy. But history also tells us that maritime nations like Australia experience a double-edged sword, where maritime trade has been at once, across the centuries, a source of significant national prosperity and security, and a key vulnerability that has been exploited through centuries' conflicts to choke the economic capacity to fight, but also the political and the public will to fight. But to the extent that the rules-based global order has underpinned peaceful access to the sea and seabed post-Second World War, globally economies have flourished to the extent that since 1990, over 1 billion people have been lifted out of extreme poverty. Today, however, interdependent economies mean that increased efforts by some to challenge these global rules and to contest peace in the Indo-Pacific means that economic prosperity and national well-being for others is at risk, which brings me to a future maritime strategy, and specifically what a strategy to influence and continuously shape enabling conditions to assure sea access would look like. And I'll speak first to what this strategy would look like at the domestic level and why it would be important, and then I'll conclude with some comments about how this strategy could be adopted at the international level. So the why and the how of the strategy at the domestic level first. This year, my colleagues in the War Studies Research Group and I undertook a nationally representative survey of 1,500 Australians. And the results showed us, firstly, that there's very positive public attitudes towards the Australian military broadly. However, only around 1/3 of respondents agreed that they felt knowledgeable about the ADF's role and operations. We found similar results in a second survey that we conducted. Only around 1/3 of respondents agreed that they felt knowledgeable about Australia's military history. This is possibly because more than 50% of those who participated said that they had not formally studied Australian military history at any level of schooling, from primary school to university. So these results indicate that at the domestic level, there's a need for a strategy to shape Australian public knowledge about the Navy's purpose and operations. And specifically, there's potential to strategically craft a narrative to boost Australian public knowledge and ocean literacy. Now, when we say strategy, we're typically talking about the mobilization of available resources to successfully achieve political objectives. Strategic narratives are strategic in the sense that they mobilize available discursive resources, drawing upon ideas, values, aspects of culture that we've heard some other members of the panel speak on. Boosting ocean literacy among the Australian public and creating consensus around a shared meaning about the Navy's purpose and operations is important because Australia's historical experience has showed us, for example, if we think back to the public criticism surrounding the Australian Navy's first submarine program, that there is potential for costly and complex Navy projects, including those in the future, to face public criticism in the absence of shared meaning. And research shows that public contestation is higher in the absence of a shared understanding. Concluding my comments about how and why this narrative should be adopted at the international level to promote peaceful access to the sea. It's equally important to shape this environment in ways that assure access in both peace and conflict, and peace in particular because, as we've heard, this peace is being challenged. And at the center of this contest, as identified by the Defence Strategic Review, are competing narrative battles over preferred meanings. In other words, other states are strategically using stories that are deliberately crafted to affect target nation behavior, to attain influence and access, and to achieve their objectives. And one example where we're seeing this increasingly is the disinformation narratives that surround maritime international disaster relief activities. And this is important because in the Indo-Pacific, a person is 5 times more likely to experience a disaster than in any other region. And assuring access to affected populations is vital not only for humanitarian reasons, but to address the strategic consequences that follow from disasters and crises, and to mitigate against economic disruption. But disinformation in these environments is increasingly being used to attack the credibility of assisting countries and erode trust within host nations and their societies, which has a direct effect on access. So a strategic maritime narrative will be an increasingly important tool in this context to counter these opposing narratives and continuously assure access. It would also have the broader effect of assuring access through increasing alignment between Australia and its maritime partners and friends by strengthening mutual understanding, a sense of a common purpose and goal, reinforcing trust and confidence, and also bolstering these partnerships against coercion. And I'll conclude my comments there. Thank you.
Thanks, Miranda. Some thoughtful comments there on the subject. I enjoy the fact that you brought forward some of these challenges for countries that as we move to crisis or even conflict, that you know, countries will either lose the economic resilience to be able to continue to sustain their fight, or indeed they might lose the will to fight. And I thought you linked that very well to narratives and the power of narratives. I liked the term ocean literacy. I've not heard that before, but I think that's one that we should pick up upon. And I thought it was interesting but concerning that the level of education, both from the sort of primary school all the way through to university on national security matters is pretty sparse in our system. And we probably all have a role to try and make sure that those things are known. And then talking about the narratives of powers in the region, how disinformation can shape perspectives and views, I think, again, really important points. And one thing from the other panel which sort of struck me was, what are the narratives that nations want to have about things like the Task Group 107, circumnavigation of Australia that we had before? It's an interesting conversation piece. It's one that's come up on the sidelines already of this panel, and some of the other panels might tease that out. And similar to the discussion that Hayley had before, you know, how do those things be utilised across the system to help educate people on matters that they're not normally engaged with? And on that segue, perhaps, I think it's a good opportunity now to invite Professor John Blaxland, someone who knows a lot about how our nation has or hasn't had a robust national defence strategy, or indeed a maritime strategy. So I might just pass to you, John, to some opening remarks, please.
Wonderful. So I have to say I'm lucky as to be able to follow such an incredible panel, because I'm being able to riff off their comments, and it's been quite inspiring to hear this. It's worthwhile, I think, for us to think about how we see ourselves, our place in the world, our history, and our options. And that's one of the reasons why I put this slide up. I want us to think beyond the Mercator projection, right? The world is not flat, for starters, and Australia is not in the corner, okay? The equator is not 2/3 down the map. In fact, one of the things I like about this particular projection you're seeing behind me is that Australia is smack dab in the middle, and that, of course, that Antarctica features. And it's funny how little we talk about Antarctica, because, ladies and gentlemen, if that place melts by the time our grandkids are coming to this conference, we will really know about it. And let me tell you, there's a number of countries that are particularly interested in the resource opportunities to exploit in Antarctica. China, for instance, has 5 bases in Antarctica, building a runway there. We plan to build one. We've given up on that idea. And they're doing a lot of scientific exploration. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here, folks. Move along. Right? So when you think about this world lake and what Australia is like, in fact, I really like the work that Andrew Carr, a colleague of mine, did this recently on Australia actually being like an archipelago, which is empty in the middle, right? And we travel mostly by sea. Most of the trade's done by sea. And if we don't go by sea, we fly. People don't fly. You can drive, of course, but very few people drive from the east coast to the west coast. So it's a useful metaphor to think about our predicament, which makes me think a bit more about our relationship with Indonesia, which is also an archipelago. I was just there last week, and it was inspiring actually to meet people and see the opportunities for Australia to collaborate more with Indonesia and to reflect on our shared journeys. And as a historian, I love to do that, so it was really wonderful to follow Megan on her insights on Anzac and the like. When I think about Australia in particular, I like to think Australia's a middle power with small power pretensions. We've tended to shy away from asserting ourselves in the world. In part, I think it's because of the fact that we're a country that, unlike the United States, and I now live in the United States, and I talk there about coming to study in Australia, and I talk about the fact that they've got Lewis and Clark, these explorers who go westwards and they find verdant valleys, rivers and great lakes, right? What have we got? We've got Burke and Wills, right? What happens to Burke and Wills? Well, not a very happy story. So even then, this country that is continental but has kind of fixated on the land, and when it looks to the sea, there's that wonderful line, we're girt by beach. We're not really girt by sea because we don't think about the sea very much. We're kind of a bit blind to the sea. We tend to think barely to, what we're going to do when we get down to Bondi or Manly, but not much beyond that. And I think there's something there for us to think about because we are so dependent on the sea, we're so dependent on it trade-wise. And when we look north, when we look at the challenges of history in the past, when we faced existential challenges, it's happened in the Lombok, the Sunda, the Weta, the Malacca, and around the Torres and other straits. Further afield in the Arabian Red Sea, how many times have we been to the Suez Canal? These are, long way away from Australia, but consequential for Australia at the same time. And then when we think about the Pacific, you look at that map and you think, well, what's in this Pacific? There's a lot of blue there. There's a lot of blue, not much else, surely, John. And all these couple of dots, a micro dot of ink here and there. But when you add their exclusive economic zones, OMG, the Pacific is full, right? It's full of states that have a vote at the UN General Assembly, that have massive exclusive economic zones, that have fishery stocks, that have seabed resources. They're consequential, and yet we have traditionally discounted them. But when we think about the challenges of, say, the Battle of Guadalcanal in World War II, this particular piece of real estate, particularly consequential in the calculations about isolating Australia in the Pacific War, and what's been happening there in the last couple of years. Who's been signing a security pact with the Solomon Islands in the last couple of years. So we've seen a refreshing revisit of this, but I think we also need to we need to do more thinking about our history and the significance of the geostrategic significance of the real estate in our neighbourhood. And I'm thinking here also about another part of our history we don't give that much weight to, and that is what we did in Ambon, in Indonesia, in Kupang, in Java, and beyond. That's the part of the Second World War we don't dwell on very much, but it was a pretty catastrophic story for Australia. We didn't do it properly. We didn't actually resource our contributions there adequately. And then in the second half of that war, we ended up going back to Tarakan, Maritime, Balikpapan, and places like this. We've had a few ships named after over the years, but by and large, Australians are incredibly ignorant about. And yet, this is where, when we faced an existential crisis, it has happened in that space. There are Commonwealth war graves of many, many Australians and other Commonwealth forces, troops, buried in stretched from Singapore across to the Solomon Islands. I say this because it's really, I think, important for us to think about history, think about geography, think about our options, our history, who we are, how we see ourselves, how we see our place in the world, and thinking about the suitability of our real estate for the great power competition that's going on at the moment. AUKUS is very much a part of that mix. And my late great colleague Des Ball, who passed away a few years ago, but he wrote this great book, The Suitable Piece of Real Estate, mostly talking about intelligence facilities, including Pine Gap. Arguably, we're seeing now with the marine base, the submarine base in Perth, a second suitable piece of real estate. And Australian real estate matters. It mattered enormously in the Second World War. That was the biggest submarine base in the Pacific War in the Indian Ocean. The Thai-Burma Railway was built because Japanese subs could not get up the Malacca Strait. Right? That's the bottom line. And that's because of the submarines based out of Perth. So the real estate, the enduring geostrategic significance of our real estate is really worth noting, as is the significance of our relationships in the Pacific and in Southeast Asia. So I'm really hoping that as we think about the engagement, we think about AUKUS, and I'm a big fan of AUKUS, that we don't lose focus on the importance of our relationships in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, with Papua New Guinea, with Timor, Indonesia, Solomon Islands, Fiji, and beyond. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Certainly some great food for thought there, John. Antarctica, interestingly, you're talking to a room that's not entirely full of, but has plenty of white suits. We're all somewhat fascinated and fixated by charts and maps. But it wasn't long ago I was in New Zealand, and when you look at the projection that they often put forward, particularly when they're talking strategically, it has this slice all the way down to Antarctica. It features quite prominently. Australia's kind of off on the side, and it looks out into the Pacific. But it's a really interesting projection about how people situate themselves in the world. And just before we came up on the panel, we were talking about projections from places like Beijing, which is just as close as it is to Europe and North America and Canada as it is to Australia, although that isn't the sort of predominant view that we have here. John, I might stay with you, if I may. Since Federation, and many of us who've gone through various staff courses, some of which you've lectured and talked on, we've often heard about this kind of oscillation between this sort of expeditionary or forward deployed type strategy and this kind of defence of Australia type of approach that's sort of gaining prominence in the 80s and so on. How do you see us now? How does our strategy now centre up? And what's the narrative like with the nation? Do you think the nation understands the sorts of things that Mr. Miles was talking about this morning about deter by denial, about having longer range capabilities and the like, and about a focus on the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So it's interesting. We have, we've had a bit of a seesawing, because going back to pre-World War I, we had continentalists versus imperialists, ongoing debate. Do we focus on the defence of Australia, or do we focus on the defence of our international commitments as part of the British Empire, as it was then? And that has ebbed and flowed ever since. In the two world wars, we go forward. Korea, we go forward. Vietnam, we go forward. Afghanistan, Iraq, we go forward. And in between, we hide behind the moat, right? And we've got this kind of split personality about what we're doing. We're defending Australia, or we're defending the region. I would contend the work of the recent Defence Strategic Review, and Peter Dean was here talking before, he was very much involved in that, has kind of positioned the idea of the defence of Australia, which was that kind of retreat back behind the moat. It's now DOA plus, I would say. Defence of Australia plus, which is recognising that, in fact, if you're going to do Defence of Australia, you have to engage the neighbourhood. Because when we seriously faced an existential crisis, you couldn't not engage the neighbourhood, right? Because it was in the neighbourhood in the south, in the archipelago, that all this materialised. So this is why I really like the idea of thinking about DOA Plus as being about engaging with the archipelagic states across you know, the FPDA, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, Papua New Guinea, Solomons, Fiji, and more. And of course with New Zealand. It's really important, just on New Zealand, you know, we in Australia, we talk about Anzac Day, we barely mention the NZ bit. In the Pacific, I would contend New Zealand, our relationship with New Zealand is crucial. We don't give it much consciousness or weight in Australia, but we need to, when we've faced an existential crisis, when we faced a serious political crisis in the Pacific, be it in Timor, in Bougainville or Solis, New Zealand has been critical to our success. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Some great observations there. I love the DOA plus, so you can mark the plot, bottle that one if you like. And some important remarks there about our partnerships in the near region and in the Pacific. And it would be remiss of me today not to reflect on the fact that the Pacific Maritime Support Program just had a meeting earlier this week. So many of our senior leaders of maritime forces are here for the conference, including the Chief of the New Zealand Navy. So I know that he would and his team would appreciate that. Engaging in that near region is certainly something from a defence perspective that I've seen really increase over the last couple of years. But I would agree that it's kind of oscillated over time, and similarly our engagement with ASEAN partners. I might just ask Hayley, we've talked a bit about John's DOA plus. I wonder how that, you think from a policy perspective and an international relations perspective, how does that engage with the perspectives of views of others in the region, countries like Japan, the United States, the Philippines? How does that sort of perspective that Australia is taking interface with those views?
Well, you know, John was saying how sometimes we're a bit schizophrenic whether we're in the fight or out of the fight, and I think that that's similar with Australia's partnerships in the region. We gravitate towards traditional Western countries, US, Canada, UK, New Zealand, and we don't often think about countries in our region first, although with the Mogami acquisition, that could be changing now that we have a significant partnership with Japan for Mogami. There's always efforts to include countries like Japan and others in AUKUS, Pillar 2 technology sharing. But then again, we also need to put the brakes on it, because if countries' security processes aren't as robust as ours, there's going to be a problem. So I think we are trying to walk a balance of increasing our defence cooperation with countries in the region while still leveraging those traditional partnerships that are decades old, where trust and culture and language is much easier. But when we do work more in the region with different partners, there is a lot of trust building to be done, even if it's understanding from their perspective what their main security threats are and just their psyche about where they live in the region. So it's very important, and when we do different maritime exercises, it all contributes to it. But also I think that what China is doing is pushing countries closer together. So in a sense, the fact that China is doing more dangerous manoeuvres in the South China Sea is waking a lot of countries up to the fact that they need to increase defence spending, increase their capability, and that includes working with allies like Australia.
Yeah. Certainly the dynamic nature of relations in the region, there seems to have been a number of sort of new forums, some sort of call them minilateral arrangements that are now in place, some less formal than others. And I wonder, again, how do you sort of see these relationships in the region in the context of those sort of historical relationships? What do you think is changing there?
I actually don't know. I'm not a historian of Australia, but I just study coalitions and relationships. So I think it's probably, for me, always identifying, I think, actually what you said really resonated with me about what assets Australia brings to the fight and the ability to articulate those things. And I was thinking more about coalition partners in the importance of being able to do that and also understand what you would like to get from your partners. And obviously that changes a lot over time based on the context and what it is you're trying to achieve strategically. So I think it would really very much depend on the context and what the Navy's trying to achieve. If that makes sense, like
No,
like
it does.
Right now,
and-
I'm not sure what one thing you would be focusing on, and then how that would change over time.
Do we have, I've got a few more questions here, but I think if there's any on
Yeah,
the
we've got a couple,
Slido, I
sure.
don't want to deny the opportunity for Anthony to just reflect on some of those questions.
Yeah, and I've got a couple of great ones. So Jesse Reese, what role does online interference play in our maritime narrative, and who is responsible for regulating it?
Wow. Who wants to have a swing at that one?
I'll have a crack.
Perfect.
Online interference, it's a big deal, obviously, in the cyberspace and also in terms of narratives. When we think about cyber, we need to be thinking about multiple layers. So when we're thinking online, we're thinking about the hardware, the software and the wetware, the 15 centimetres between our ears. And that's, in my view, the major space where we need to actually be combating this. Because the online space, it's actually a manifestation of thinking. And when you're thinking about online space in terms of, there's a couple of ways you can think about personal online space with people's individual systems, their TikToks and their Instagram feeds and things like that, where people get in their echo chambers. And then there's the online space about the infrastructure of the Navy and of the ADF. And that's clearly something for the cyber security measures of the Australian Signals Directorate and Cyber Security Centre, but they have a role. I like to say they're these hoodie-wearing, basement-dwelling, introverted geeks that have had to transform themselves into frontwards-facing engagement with society because they have this expertise on cyber security that the rest of us need. And that's really significant. So this once very, very secretive organisation, I wrote a book about it, Revealing Secrets. Gratuitous plug for one of my books, ladies and gentlemen. But it was, this Copernican revolution takes place. This organisation's got the heart, computing excellence, but as I say, full of geeks. It's now got this public-facing role about helping the rest of us, humanities and analogue nerds, to cope with the challenges of today. And they're getting bigger and they're getting faster and more complicated. And they need a lot of attention.
Next one's more strategy focused. How does Australia's dependence on secure access to the sea shape its maritime strategy and influence its engagement in ASEAN maritime security efforts?
Miranda, would you like to maybe take that question on board or answer a version of it that you would see fit?
Do you want it again?
Yes,
please. It was a long question.
That was a big one.
How does Australia's dependence on secure access to the sea shape its maritime strategy and influence its engagement in ASEAN maritime security efforts?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think that what we have seen from Australia in its engagement with the ASEAN countries is a huge diplomatic effort. And I think this goes back to the question that was raised earlier about Australia's relationships and the role of these partnerships in the sense that Australia's relationships with these ASEAN countries and some of the frameworks in maritime areas for engagement have been strengthened considerably, both with bilateral countries, with Indonesia, where we have a comprehensive strategic partnership, if I'm not mistaken, but also through some of the key frameworks that we have in the region as well. Australia's engagement with the AHA Centre, for example. The ASEAN partnerships are a huge part of Australia's strategy.
Excellent. And I suppose picking up on Megan's earlier point around sea blindness, can Australia's future maritime strategy ever escape the Anzac legacy?
Well, you already spoke a little bit about this, McGann. Are you happy to sort of follow on a little bit on that question?
As I was saying, I was pushing towards Andrew Lambert's work because I think it gives a sense of how you can ingrain this concept of sea-mindedness into culture. But I mean, it's not something that's going to happen overnight, right? It's something that's going to happen over decades or even like 100 years. The Anzac legend is a tough one, as I said, because of this concept of spectacle. And I was thinking about this when other people were talking, is that I think that Australia Canada likes a tragedy, that tragedy really grips the public for some sort of reason. And maybe coming up with hopefully nothing new, going back to the past and looking at things. But I think as people understand that we're more connected in the world, I think there is an opportunity to talk about how the sea is related to the things that people need and the way that they want to be connected, and maybe articulating something around that. I mean, ultimately, I think most humans are fairly selfish, and if you respond to the things that they want, then that you're halfway there. But I mean, historically, I think the more nefarious thing that you see is that when you can make an argument about home and hearth and how whatever, Navy, Army, X, whatever it is, will protect home and hearth, those narratives tend to be particularly successful. So I did a big study of Edwardian Britain. Lots of people have written about this since, and also previously about, the conflict between Army and Navy over resourcing. And it's the home and hearth idea that really captured the imagination of the public. And this is done so through the construction of science fiction literature and invasion scare literature and all this sort of thing that actually officers were involved in writing. And it captures the public mind. So I think getting creative, but also it's a different time with just the way that the internet functions and all the different forms of media and the way that people get siloed. So I'm not sure. I definitely think trying to combat some of the disinformation is important as well. But yeah, I'm running off the Anzac myth, but I think something that's fascinating for me is the fact that it's Russian propaganda that has made nuclear power so unpopular in countries like Australia and just made people so fearful about it. Instead of looking at the data around, comparing nuclear disasters to other types of energy disasters like dams breaking and that sort of thing. So I'm rambling. I'm gonna stop talking now.
Thanks, Leanne. I mean, they're important points, and you're right. Narratives can be powerful. I don't know that it's just Russian narratives. It's perhaps poor stewardship of nuclear propulsion energy and other energies that sort of gave that view, whereas our partners have very strong records, but 70 years of a strong record doesn't excite or get the same sort of press or interest as a disaster. Like you said, those narratives unfortunately are the ones that you have to just keep chipping away at. And I think from an Australian Defence Force where we're joined and integrated, we absolutely want to make sure we honour that Anzac legacy, but at the same time point to other parts, the other domains and the role that we all have. And I think John made some great points before about our efforts in the Second World War, which were absolutely joint and integrated between all three forces. And if you look at some of the things that happened in the archipelago all through the North, right across from Guadalcanal all the way across to Sumatra, all three parts of our then ADF were very, very heavily engaged with our allies and partners. And actually it was when the country was probably most engaged and mobilised, but even that didn't necessarily cut through that earlier Anzac narrative. So we've got more work to do, and thankfully conferences like this and the opportunity to have eminent panellists like we have here today and some great thinkers really helps us do that job. So I want to thank you all, and I do not want to miss the screening of the Melbourne Cup, like I said up front. So to avoid you, Anthony, to have to give me a hurry up, I think we'll draw it to a close there and get ready for the Cup.
No, perfect timing, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Reverend Matthew Buckley and the four esteemed academics. And sir, if yourself and the panelists can join us in the front for a photo. Yeah. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll now break to watch the Melbourne Cup, which will start right on 3 p.m. or 1500. and then we'll commence our final panel of the day, which will be Indo-Pacific Perspectives on Maritime Security Challenges, and this will be hosted by the Commander of the Australian Fleet, Rear Admiral Chris Smith. Thank you. As I said earlier, that it's the race that stops the nation, and so what we've just seen there will be happening right around the country and probably right around most of the places where outside of the conference in terms of the entertainment area out here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honour to introduce the final panel of the day, or of day one of the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. The theme of this panel is Indo-Pacific Perspectives on Maritime Security Challenges, and it will be hosted by Commander of the Australian Fleet, Rear Admiral Chris Smith. We have a great panel lined up, and the panel members are Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, the Chief of Navy Australia, Commodore Timothy Natuva, the Chief of Naval Forces and Commander Fiji Navy, Admiral Tan Sri Zahumi, the Chief of Navy, Royal Malaysian Navy, Rear Admiral Sean Watt, Chief of Navy, Republic of Singapore, and Admiral Stephen Kaler, Commander United States Pacific Fleet. Gentlemen, welcome, and to the Rear Admiral Smith, sir, I invite you now to convene the panel.
And for all those who just won on the bet, you can stay here until we've completed the panel before you duck up and pick up your winnings. We'll keep an eye on you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Maritime security is a challenge that can take many forms, from conflict between nations to competition for resources, to regulation of shipping and the numerous constabulary issues that come from responding to piracy, maritime crime, illegal migration, or IUU fishing. There is always something that nations need their maritime forces to be doing. With that comes the next challenge of where and when to deploy scarce resources, and a reminder of the scale of the challenge. Cooperation at sea is inevitable to some degree, but if it is done with goodwill, with common practice and trust developed over time, then we can make better use of our scarce resources. I reread some of the discussion from the United States Naval Global Maritime Partnership, the 1,000-ship Navy from 2005, and I realised that much of the language then was very similar to what I've just set out for you. Scale, scarce resources, the need to cooperate. I confess I then did a little AI exercise in what naval and maritime leaders have said about maritime security. You may not be surprised to know that what we say to each other is very consistent over time and over many different languages. Maritime security is indeed an enduring challenge. As an aside, a number of you featured quite prominently in the AI results. But we also know that maritime security is not static. Technology evolves and poses both great opportunity and new challenges. Nations change, and as we all know, navies are representative of their nation. China's actions continue to cause concern and instability. They are distinguished by their scale, but they are not alone. Some of these new challenges are high-tech, others, such as the rash of dragging anchors, are distinctly low-tech. Perhaps the most enduring challenge of all is to ensure we listen and seek to understand each other. So, in that spirit, I'm honoured to be joined by such a distinguished panel of naval leaders from the Indo-Pacific, and for us all to be able to hear from them. What is their national view on enduring and emerging maritime security challenges? Gentlemen, if you'd make some opening remarks in the order of your sitting, starting with Commodore Natuva, and then coming back to some questions as we've seen in the previous panel.
Bulavinaka. My name is Commodore Tim Natuva. I'm from Fiji, Vinaka. First and foremost, my sincere appreciation to the host for allowing us to come to Sydney this morning. It is a privilege to join fellow military leaders to discuss the subject that is not abstract. For Fiji, it is existential, which is maritime security. For island nations, the ocean is more than just a body of water for access. We hold a special connection with it. It's kind of like our home. Our rugby team, professional rugby team, is called the Fijian Nrua. Nrua is a double hull canoe used by warriors in the whole olden days to visit other islands in the Pacific. It highlights the importance of the oceans to us. Fiji's maritime jurisdiction spans about 1.3 million square kilometers, an area larger than our landmass, and the sources of our sustenance, trade, culture, and identity. This single fact explains why it is very important to protect it, hence the need for maritime security and a stable maritime security environment. It is mission critical for Fiji. Keeping the domain secure and stable is critical because of a number of reasons that I would like to highlight. Firstly, sovereignty and the rule of law. Our country is mostly ocean. The integrities of our borders, credibility of our licensing regimes, enforcement of our laws are overwhelming maritime problems. Securing the maritime domain is how we protect our sovereign rights, deter illicit activities, and uphold a rules-based order at sea. Fiji's national security recognizes this explicitly, where maritime security is a priority which requires a whole-of-government action. Secondly, for a country like Fiji, maritime security is economic security, and of course, protection of our blue economy. Fiji's National Development Plan ties national growth to ocean-based sectors, fisheries, shipping, and tourism. That vision only works if sea lines are safe, if resources are harvested legally, and if maritime environment remains healthy. Our national ocean policy commits Fiji to 100% sustainable ocean management and 30% marine protected areas by 2030. This is more than a slogan, but requires enforcement tasks, monitoring, compliance, prosecutions, and they depend on credible maritime domain awareness and persistence. But looking at the operational picture, looking at the threats, across Oceania, the threat is set is familiar but demanding, such as illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing that robs livelihoods, transnational criminal networks that exploit open ocean spaces, and maritime domain awareness gaps that stem from distance, dispersion, and limited resources. Overlay that with climate change as a threat multiplier and a bit of geostrategic competition as a complicating factor, and you have an operating reality for Pacific forces and civilian agencies alike. However, while we often look at these threats directly and start targeting them, we often do not put the same energy to underlying issues or internal threats that set conditions for the maritime threats to thrive in the first place. We must first address underlying key issues first, and if not addressed correctly, it will continue to set conditions for maritime threats to thrive. I would argue 3 key underlying conditions that must be addressed. Firstly, which we have not done well in Fiji, it's governance, the lack of synchronization and strategic coherence. We must align national security strategy, national development plan, regional strategy, national open policy with agency-level standard operating procedures. Defense and the Navy, all agencies must work together. There must be seamless change from licensing to patrol, from boarding to evidence handling, from prosecution to penalties that actually deter. Good governance also means transparency and accountability, and a commitment from leaders of agencies with their calling, and that is to always put the national interest first. Avoid competition. Legislations must be available and must be clear. It must complement rather than complicate. Secondly, capability and sustainment of the people. Assets matter, but sustainment wins campaigns. Platforms must be backed by training pipelines, spares, fuels, and logistic architecture scaled to our geography and within our capacity and capability. We must ask ourselves whether we are investing in the workforce as much as the hardware. Are the operators, the intel analysts, engineers, sailors, chefs, specialists happy and motivated? Are their family well looked after? Thirdly, regional and international cooperation must be coordinated and aligned to the interest of all. Regionalism, cooperation, and partnership is a strength multiplier, but sometimes for us, now it feels like a strength suppressor due to diverging and competing interests. There seems to be absence of synchronization with the various regions forums that manages maritime security in the region. Add that to external players, and it's just complex and complicated. Why I say this is because given the millions of dollars pumped into the region for years to support maritime security, issues continue to persist. Some issues that I encounter when I joined 3 decades ago still persist now. Our part of the Indo-Pacific can sometimes be overwhelming and suffocating with partners and interests. Fiji welcomes cooperation, but we must be cautious about the principles that we do that. Capacity development must be provided versus over-dependency. A credible national maritime engagement posture allows us to engage global partners on our terms, shape regional strategies, and protect national priorities without being pulled off course by external interests which is not aligned to ours. We have to relook and reassess how engagement is going, determine what success looks like. Sometimes we just need to pause a little, relook within, ask ourselves, are the money well spent? Are we getting the right returns? With some clarity, then we can start targeted investment in the right places. In closing, Fiji's maritime security narrative is about protecting our way of life. Our oceans defines who we are. It feeds our people, it sustains our economy, and connects us to one another across the Pacific. When our maritime domain is secure, our nation stands secure. But to achieve that, we must first secure ourselves from within through good governance, coherent laws, accountable institutions, and leaders who put national interest above competition. We must invest not only in hardware, but in people, the sailors, the engineers, the analysts, and families who give meaning to our platforms. They are our true center of gravity. And regionally, we must rediscover the power of purposeful cooperation. Regionalism and partnership should multiply our strength, not dilute it. It must be guided by clarity, coordination, and shared vision, and move away from competing agendas. The millions poured into the Pacific must translate into measurable capability, tangible outcomes, and real maritime security for our people. Nawali.
Thank you very much. It's a, you raised some very good points. Not only did you highlight some of the complexity at the international level, but the fact that that resides domestically, internal to an archipelago like yourself, and also the competition for resources and the alignment that needs to be achieved, which is not always obvious immediately, and how you need to look at that sustainment over a longer period of time. All very wise words in terms of managing the maritime environment, but also very complex and making it more difficult to achieve. Thank you. Admiral.
Thank you very much, sir. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and peace be upon all of us. It is a great honor for me to address this forum. I would like to express my most profound appreciation to our host for this conference, the Royal Australian Navy, particularly to my friend Admiral Hammond, for this meaningful invitation and his commitment to strengthening the strategic dialogue on the future of maritime security in this vital region. Today, I will present my remarks on maritime security challenges, Indo-Pacific perspectives, framed through Malaysia's strategic lens. This year, in August, the Royal Malaysian Navy was given the opportunity to chair the ASEAN Naval Chiefs Meeting, a platform that enabled Malaysia to share its national perspectives and represent the collective aspirations of our ASEAN partners. It was attended by all the ASEAN Navy chiefs, including the newly minted member from Timor-Leste. So congratulations, Timor-Leste, for becoming the newest member of ASEAN. The meeting reaffirmed the importance of unity and deeper cooperation in addressing regional maritime challenges. ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific are inseparably linked. Regional peace and prosperity depend on cooperative engagements, respect for rules-based frameworks, and sustained confidence-building measures. Yet, our maritime environment continues to face mounting pressures from great power competition, the evolution of non-traditional security threats, persistent conventional threats, and the growing prevalence of hybrid and gray zone tactics. In such a complex environment, no single navy can shoulder this responsibility alone. Safeguarding sea lanes and ensuring the stability of our maritime domain requires collective presence, shared responsibility, and cooperation among all partners. The future security of the Indo-Pacific will be defined not by rivalry, but by cooperation. Malaysia remains steadfast in its commitment to multilateralism, contributing actively to ASEAN-led mechanisms while forging regional partnerships. Our collective future must rest upon three enduring principles. First, good governance and rule-based order. UNCLOS remains the cornerstone of maritime stability and peaceful dispute resolution. By upholding international law, we ensure that our oceans remain open, secure, and guided by fairness rather than force. Second, strengthening cooperation and practical integration. No single navy can safeguard the vast Indo-Pacific alone. Collective security is achieved through collaboration, transparent information exchange, coordinated humanitarian responses, and regional exercises that foster unity. And finally, enhance trust, unity, stability, and interoperability. These four elements are the catalysts for maritime security principles and are cultivated through dialogue, officer exchanges, and joint training or exercises. This bond indirectly deepens confidence among the littoral states of the Indo-Pacific and ensures our navies can operate together seamlessly when needed, whether in crisis or peacetime operations. By reinforcing these principles, we safeguard the sea lanes that sustain global trade and prosperity, fulfilling our duty today and preserving peace and cooperation for future generations. The sea has always been the heart that unites us, a source of life, prosperity, and shared responsibility. Therefore, the strength of this Indo-Pacific Conference will be defined by our readiness to foster cooperation, mutual understanding, and trust that transcends borders. This conference also serves as a vital platform to strengthen synergies, broaden perspectives, and advance concrete steps towards a safe, secure, and stable Indo-Pacific. May the spirit of unity, partnership, and mutual respect continue to guide us, our navies, in presenting security and stability throughout the Indo-Pacific for generations to come. With all due respect, I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
So firstly, thank you for your leadership within ASEAN over the previous period there. And your point of more friends is always better, and the inclusion of Timor-Leste in the ASEAN is a really great outcome for a nation that can continue to contribute more regionally. Also highlighting that competition is never going to be as productive as cooperation, and the ability to cooperate across the region, across navies and governments is the way of ensuring greater prosperity for all. So, Admiral Watt.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Fellow chiefs, distinguished colleagues and friends, good afternoon. Let me first thank Vice Admiral Mark Hammond and the Royal Australian Navy for the excellent hospitality and for gathering us here today. It's indeed a privilege for me to be amongst esteemed speakers and friends. The Indo-Pacific remains a key region for global maritime activity. Approximately 67% of the global maritime trade by value, over 16 trillion, moves through the Indo-Pacific, including critical sea lanes within the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, as well as the South China Sea. In the early 2000s, this number was closer to 50%. This was driven by shifting production and consumption patterns, signaling a steady growth in the importance of the Indo-Pacific over the last 20 years. And this is even more noteworthy if you take into account that in that same period, the value of global maritime trade nearly doubled, growing at almost 3% per year for 20 years. As the economic activity of the region increased, so too did the security challenges. Last year, Southeast Asian waters saw the sharpest rise in piracy globally. A 68% increase in incidents was reported by the Regional Cooperative Agreement Against Armed Piracy, or RECAP, even as global piracy was on the decline. In addition to piracy, we continue to face threats from highly organized syndicates engaged in illicit activity. Drug seizures in Southeast Asia increased 25% to a record 236 tons last year, enabled by high-speed, wide coverage communication technologies now more prevalent over the maritime spaces. ASEAN reported an economic loss of 6 billion annually due to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. This number is expected to go up with the detected instances of deception techniques such as AIS spoofing increasing by 300% since 2022. The South China Sea too remains a focal point of maritime tension, oftentimes with interactions by maritime enforcement vessels growing in intensity. These flashpoints, fanned by the far-reaching winds of geostrategic change, carry global implications for the rules-based order. I would like to put forward 3 suggestions on what navies can do to continue to uphold the stability of the region. First, we must continue to build partnerships and interoperability. Exercises, particularly multilateral ones, provide valuable platforms for our fleets to build mutual understanding and operational familiarity in a resource-efficient manner. By bringing together multiple partners in a single setting, such exercises allow forces to exchange best practices, enhance interoperability, and strengthen professional ties. This collective approach not only maximizes training value for all participants, but also fosters trust and cooperation essential for addressing shared maritime challenges. Exercise Kakadu is one such demonstration. Since 1993, the RAN's flagship biannual exercise has grown significantly in size and complexity, revealing how participating navies view the exercise as a vital platform to enhance multi-domain interoperability. Another example is the multilateral naval exercise Komodo, or MNEC, which saw the Indonesian Navy host 52 warships from 58 countries earlier this year. MNEC provided a dedicated opportunity for countries to collaborate for HADR missions ashore and at sea. Second, we must maintain a firm commitment to international law and a rules-based order. ASEAN nations continue to reaffirm our commitment to resolve disputes in accordance with UNCLOS during the ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting earlier this year. In addition, we have established codes of conduct, such as the Code for Unplanned Encounters at Sea, or CUES, which has been adopted since 2014 to build confidence and reduce misunderstandings at sea. Maintaining a rules-based order at sea, in turn, requires sustained commitment ashore through dialogues and forums, such as the Sea Power Conference, as well as other conferences around the region. And these are platforms for nations to engage constructively and to seek alignment. The rules-based order remains a common standard by which all states, regardless of size or power, coexist and cooperate. It provides predictability, fairness, and stability in international relations. These factors, when woven together, not only provide a way for countries to resolve maritime differences, but forms an umbrella for peace and prosperity. Third, navies must look ahead to focus our minds on emerging challenges that require our collective attention. Climate change is a global existential threat that knows no boundaries. This shared vulnerability presents an opportunity for cooperation. The technologies we develop for maritime awareness, data analytics, and unmanned systems can be dual-purposed to monitor and provide early warning. The rapid proliferation in the unmanned vessels field presents another regulatory challenge. While the IMO has outlined steps towards a code of conduct, fundamental questions on qualification of autonomous vessels, whether ships remain governed by UNCLOS, we should seek to harmonize these regulations and prevent the formation of a regulatory vacuum arising from differing standards and ambiguous identification procedures for unmanned vessels. Finally, the Indo-Pacific hosts the densest network of undersea cables worldwide, carrying more than 95% of all international digital data, over 10 trillion in transactions per day. Singapore, together with Brunei and Thailand, jointly co-sponsored a concept paper on critical underwater infrastructure security to the ASEAN Defense Ministers meeting earlier this year, in an endeavor to be a responsible user of the sea, working together with ASEAN partners to respond, facilitate repair and recovery, to minimize disruptions that will likely affect multiple states and can carry extensive impact far beyond our region, given how interconnected our world is today. In conclusion, the statistics are clear. Our waters carry a disproportionate global consequences, and as leaders of the Indo-Pacific, we should leverage our collective maritime strength to secure not just the prosperity of more than half the world, but really peace and prosperity for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Highlighting not only the increasing importance of our maritime environment, but at the same time, the increasing challenges that we face and the increasing cost associated with those. Also, the changing nature of the challenges and therefore the opportunities for future cooperation. So thank you for this. Admiral Kaler.
Thanks, Chris. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Great to follow a horse race and great to be up here, most specifically with such good friends across this panel. And severe thanks to Mark Hammond for hosting this event, bringing us all together, not just on this panel, but the heads of navies and the leadership within the Indo-Pacific that is here. It's remarkable, Mark, and wonderful to be here. You know, I follow Sean Watt, who has statistics that are commensurate that you all know. You know, the amount of trade that goes through the Indo-Pacific, the vitality of the region specifically that our colleagues talked about, and the requirements for us to live prosperously within it generate these challenges, as we mentioned, which are freedom of navigation and the ability for free trade, IUU fishing, counter narco trafficking, human trafficking, the pieces of the cabling networks that we are so vitally reliant upon. And all of these challenges reside specifically here in such a vital region. And so as we talk about these particular challenges from a maritime perspective, I really liked the comments early by Suhelmi, which talked about cooperation. You know, it's based on that. And 80 years of relative peace here, which is founded in sovereignty and it's founded in international law, has given us this level of well-being over these last 80 years, and it's based on cooperation. And the like-minded partners that see that put us all in a very good place. And unfortunately, what we have is this ability for the threats we mentioned, whether it be IUU fishing or narco trafficking or something that go against international law, or specific geopolitical capability that is working to change international law for their behavior or to their benefit. And those then generate a level of challenge which gets to competition. And we need to stay in the competition phase to avoid crisis and ultimately conflict. And I think we have opportunity to be within this scope of challenge here and keep us on the left side. Cooperation and conceivably competition, and avoid these other sides. And the way we do that specifically is to operate together. I think the theme we've seen across these 4 speakers thus far is it's a function of our allies and partners and like-minded countries that operate together within this Indo-Pacific region, and we're blessed to have them here at this conference. I think it's important to just remember that our commercial and international or intellectual vitality and even our own livelihoods depend on an Indo-Pacific that's based on law, freedom of the seas, skies, space, and cyberspace. And as threats evolve to that, and we see it specifically currently in the South China Sea, China's been extremely provocative and unsafe and destabilizing in this specific region. And as a like-minded capability to push back on that in things that are based in international law, and the ability to have navies and maritime capability that can specifically counter it, hopefully in competition, the ability to do so in crisis generates a level of deterrence that hopefully with international law at the basis and the backing will have an effect towards deterrence, which is ultimately our goal. As these threats evolve, we must also evolve, and we must continue to deepen our cooperation, both operationally, technologically, and maintain our values. Certainly, and I think the people here, though not to speak for them, are committed on this momentum that continues to build, and I think it's vitally important. Our task remains to maintain a free and open Indo-Pacific. None of these challenges have any borders. That's why in the maritime domain, it takes a group of all like-minded navies to operate together as a counter. I certainly look forward to questions and comments, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. Thanks.
Sir, you're absolutely correct in saying there's a lot of rhyme in what's been said up here, and picking up on some of the words that have been consistently used: cooperation, partnership, trust, rules-based order and governance, and the changing threat. I think you've just called on us all to take responsibility for getting after that in a way to ensure that maritime security in a very personal way. So I think we'll take that challenge on and go forward. But the consistency across the panel today has been reassuring that we are well and truly on that pathway. CN, sir, I'm going to start straight with a question for you, having had the opportunity to speak a number of times so far.
Thank you.
So you've been very clear on the importance of access to the sea for Australia's security and prosperity. The importance of that access is something we share with all the nations represented here. You've also spoken about the need to assure that access, if it cannot be assumed, what steps can navies across our region take to optimise collective deterrence and assurance in the oceans and the harbours of the Indo-Pacific? And why is Navy-to-Navy cooperation important?
Thanks, Chris. Thank you for taking that approach, because yes, I think you've all heard enough from me about maritime security. What I would say in response to the question is that the maritime security professionals of the world need to speak frankly about the fact that there would be no maritime security challenges if people just played by the rules. They acted in accordance with international law. In the 1970s, there was a determined effort to resolve maritime claims and disputes, and that led to the establishment of the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea and an associated framework, including a tribunal that would adjudicate on these things. And that has worked really, really well for the world. It has led to a situation where we didn't have to spend a whole bunch of taxpayers' money on maritime capabilities because there was good order at sea, with the exception of piracy, which is another illegal act. So the first obligation to us, to mariners, to professional maritime security practitioners, is to speak frankly about what's in the region's interest and what isn't. And this is the beauty of maritime security conferences like this. where we are joined by colleagues from academia, from industry, to talk about what really, really matters. So partnership at sea, I think, begins with partnership ashore in many respects, and speaking with one voice. And I know that that's what we are effectively doing. As you said, Chris, there's a common theme here across the comments from all of us. Our maritime power, as I mentioned earlier, is not huge as a consequence of the number of platforms we have or the number of people we have in our Navy. Therefore, our voice only carries so much weight. The beauty of multilateralism, to Zul's point, is that your voice is amplified. You know, the more people who are standing next to you saying the same thing, the more compelling the message is. And frankly, the greater the deterrent effect in opposing that. So ultimately, I think it's really, really important that if we wish to see a reduction in maritime security challenges, then we must all champion the international rules-based system, which has dealt so well with these challenges in the past, and to recognise things such as historic visitation claims apply to so many people, particularly in your region, Sean. You know, the islands and atolls and reefs and fisheries have been visited by so many nations for so many years. But UNCLOS dealt with that deliberately. I read an article recently online that says that the establishment of UNCLOS and its ratification by so many states effectively extinguished that claim, and that was dealt with by the tribunal. So I think that's the first responsibility. We partner really well at sea, but we do have an obligation to champion peace and security in our time, particularly when it comes to maritime security. And it's probably one of the greatest privileges of this role, is to do it with so consistently across the region with so many good friends. So thank you all for supporting us here today, but every day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I'm just going to pick up on the UNCLOS point, and I think it is probably one of the most effective pieces of international law that has ever been achieved, and quite extraordinary. And the fact that it wasn't forced down on people, and that a whole range of nations had an opportunity, and particularly Fiji and Indonesia, who were absolutely essential in getting the inclusion of the archipelagic components of that, which were generated through it. So this is a law that has been developed from the bottom up across the world. And so when we look at pulling that apart, it was designed by people, for the people, to ensure that both large nations and small could benefit from it, and so important to continue. On that vein, I'm going to go to you, Commodore Natuva, and given your UN experience in the Golan Heights, I was tempted to ask for an observations of the Middle East, but I was told that was definitely outside the Indo-Pacific realm, so I'm winding back. But I am picking up from that global perspective. Could you describe how quickly international tensions or disruptions reach Fiji? And how you prepare and develop national resistance for those circumstances?
I think a question on Golan Heights would have been easier for me to answer. But anyways, thank you very much. Yeah, I think due to globalization, due to the interconnectedness, due to the fact that the oceans trade in particular is very important to Fiji. Like Australia, about 96% of our trade. Any incident that happen anywhere in the world impact us. The war in Ukraine, due to the cost of bread, flour, it impacted us. So any tension that occur anywhere around the world, a small island in the Pacific, impact us. It does not only impact Fiji. It impacts also countries like that relies on Fiji, the little countries in the Pacific, some other countries in the Pacific that get their cargo in Fiji and it's shipped to them. Countries like Kiribati, countries like Tuvalu, that are like. So it's very important that we maintain like the sea lines of communications open That's like for us, even we are a small navy, we don't have the capability to have a meaningful, like a protecting sea lines of communication. But we rely on existing rules. We feel like the rules is for the little guys that can't do much with a hard power. So anything that happen around the world will impact us, and we rely on those existing rules for people, for countries, for states to follow. And if those rules are not followed, I think that is why we were very influential or very, with the formation of UNCLOS. Fiji was one of the first few countries to sign on. And it is also why our current Navy exists. We were the Navy, this is our 50th anniversary. We were formed in 1975 because of UNCLOS was coming in later, in 1982. So one of the reasons Fiji Navy exists was because of UNCLOS. So rules are very important to us because now, even more, the world is just so connected that we are not isolated from any crisis or anything that happen anywhere around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, it's interesting to look at the fact that we used to see oceans as moats protecting us, and as you highlighted there, a conflict in Eastern Europe is having direct impacts, and Fiji is, going back to Golden Heights, is having an impact around the world through your Navy and your operations there. So that conduit to the rest of the world is so important, and so thank you very much. Admiral Watt, one of your previous posts looked at long-term plans for Singaporean armed force capability development. Could you reflect on what your outlook was then and how closely or otherwise your experience of Chief has been? Do you think the technological advances will enable better responses to enduring maritime security challenges?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So I must first say that was a long time ago that I was doing long-term planning. But I think one thing is quite clear as I think all the heads of navies or principal commands look at how to force structure for the future. It's quite clear that the future is changing very rapidly, and the technology that's now being made available is probably changing at an even faster pace. So I do think that the challenge is really to sense-make what future to prepare for and what technology to use to get there. There are many different options. There are a lot of different technologies coming online. And I do think that being able to figure out the strategy and decide on the technology that you need is quite critical to all of this. I think one of the things that you can take away from the Ukraine conflict is that the prevalence of low-cost unmanned systems in many domains. And I do think that navies have to think very seriously about how to think about both the defense against some of these systems and also employing these to do basic maritime operations, whether it be maritime surveillance over wide areas, coastal patrols, harbor defense. All of these, I think there's an opportunity to rethink the way that we do business across all of these as well. And I do find that the challenge is you're looking out there at what's available and how do you decide on what is the best way forward. There are many, many options, and I do think that leveling ourselves up, leveling our teams up to be able to understand the tech, understand some of the latest AI developments, and what undergirds all of that is quite essential to making wise decisions.
Yeah, it's interesting when you think about it. I think we used to think about a new task and who is going to be given that task. I think the question now is how are we going to do that task? And technology plays a large role in that. And I think you mentioned there the technology literacy, which doesn't reside with me, but with the younger members. So as senior leaders, we now need to actually provide more trust and more leverage for our younger people to go after some of the problems and just trust and believe in them going forward. So, thank you. Admiral Zumi, this I could have asked of either yourself or Admiral Watt, but I'll come to you. Can you talk about the significance of the mutual submarine rescue support and cooperation you both signed in August? Does this signal potential for further cooperation, and if so, on what matters? Bringing people together.
Thanks.
Across
Singapore has been our closest ally, and part of Malaysia before we actually separated.
That didn't go as well as I thought.
No. It's all good.
It's symbiotic. We rely on each other on a lot of things, particularly on this mentioned submarine cooperation, which was finally signed this year. It took some time because of the sensitivity of the system. But in the end, we managed to convince our governments, our leaders, that this is absolutely necessary. So that was what happened. And apart from that, there are a lot of other things, other areas, especially in sharing of information that's been going on between Malaysia and Singapore. And in terms of unmanned systems, we are lucky to have Singapore, who's always a step ahead of us, so that we can just look at them and adopt whatever they are doing, as long as it's good. I mean, to be able to operate an unmanned system in one of the busiest straits in the world, the Singapore Straits, that takes a lot of effort, a lot of data collection, and a lot of convincing to the Singaporean government to agree on actually operating an unmanned system in a busy strait like that. A lot of things can go wrong, but kudos to Singapore for doing that. That sets a template for us as well when we go in front of our government to convince them of going for unmanned system in the future. But this is what cooperation is all about. It's about understanding each other's requirement and shared prosperity and a shared common goal. It's not only Malaysia and Singapore, but in the Indo-Pacific region. I mean, Singapore Straits, Malacca Straits, for example, there's an area where critical vulnerability for all of us, actually. So we need to work together, and whatever helps, that's going to be the best way forward. Thank you.
Chris, may I just add to that as well? Yeah. Let me just echo Tan Sri's sort of comments. I think fundamentally, Singapore and Malaysia believe that we are stronger together. And that's something we believe bilaterally, but also something we share across ASEAN. And again, you extend that to multilateral partners around the region. And we fundamentally believe that by working together, we can tap on each other's strengths, and we can be stronger, and we can achieve peace and prosperity for our peoples. And that's what we all want. And specific to the submarine rescue arrangement, this is an arrangement by which we make available each other's submarine rescue capabilities. And fundamentally, we want to take care of our people. We want to take care of our submariners. We want them to have the assurance, knowing that there are multiple systems out there available for them should an unfortunate incident happen.
It is powerful, and it reinforces that cooperation, and that is not a single agreement or a single act. It's the dozens and thousands of individual connections, whether they be individual or more formal or less formal, that sort of thatch that together. And the closer we are thatched together, the harder it is to pull apart. And then we can sort of defend against some of the tactics that are being used to deliberately try and drive wedges between us all. And I think that submarine search and rescue has been a focal point recently, and is such a good area to focus together, to work together and cooperate throughout the region for the safety of all of our submariners. Admiral Kayla, you've previously spoken of changes to the maritime security environment driven by technology, and you mentioned them again earlier in your comments. Two questions. Do you think the pace of change will decrease, increase, or stay about the same, and why? And what impact does this have on the USN ability to remain well connected with allies and partners who don't have the same capacity to implement the change?
Those are good ones. What I would tell you specifically, Chris, is I don't think the pace of change will slow. I think in general, change writ large has in history seemed that it is linear. I don't think it's, if you compress the scale, it would be as linear as you think. Time is what's generated a level of linearity. And what we see now is the ability to innovate very quickly due to speed of compute, to speed of information, well, you hope absorption, but speed of information and all of these things. And so because of that, I don't envision that we're going to get this rate of technological change that'll just level off. So with that becomes an enormous challenge for all of us. Specifically, if you look at the purchasing or the buying of technology, I think importantly, everyone involved in the level of technology needs to have the ability for that system that's bought to be upgradable and adaptable. And that is what's going to generate all different levels of military buying power, if that's how you want to characterize it, to have the ability to stay with the rate of change. You know, as an example of, you know, a very basic example of a software upgrade, for instance, right? Those particular things are looked at as, hey, that's a way we have to do that. And traditionally, it's been more clunky. I think now it's going to be very rapid, specifically whether it's in the cloud and in the middle of whether it's conflict or competition, that those things are upgraded. And that capability, I think, needs to be inherent in things that we buy and the capabilities that we do. I characterize all of that with ultimately, whether it be conflict or working together, allies and partners, is a human endeavor. And so amidst all this technology, amidst the change that will radically, I think, continue, all of the things come down to the human experience and the integration with each other. And so as we look at this technical challenge, we have to have opportunity at all different levels of navies, at all different levels of need, and then realize that none of that is solved without the human experience together. And gets back to this, you know, piece that Mark sort of mentioned about following the rules, or that I mentioned a little bit of sovereignty and international law based on values, ultimately is where it all goes. And that technology is an enabler, and we have to stay on a rapid path to update those things as mentioned, but it's a human experience piece.
Yeah, I think the human factor, as you mentioned, is so important. Technology is clearly a game changer, but every time we've seen a fundamental paradigm shift, it has not necessarily been due to a technology. It's been the reimagining of a situation and then utilising that technology. So for all you junior officers out there, you've got a future. You've just got to work out how to play the technology game. But it definitely is a challenge trying to move forward, and as you mentioned, looking forward and how we use that technology. We might go, Anthony, to any questions that are coming from the...
There's one here that probably links to the recent UK United Kingdom Carrier Strike Group deployment. Is there an opportunity to further engage with the European Union or the broader European region and those navies to enhance maritime security in the Indo-Pacific? And if so, what are the key priorities there for alignment?
Okay, did anyone want to specifically tackle that? Or you? Sir?
So that was the UK Carrier Strike Group deployment was the most recent one. Before that, we had the Italian Carrier Strike Group and the French Carrier Strike Group. I don't think Antonio is in the room, but I understand that the Armada is contemplating a similar deployment in a year or two. I understand the Italian Navy may be coming back again. So I think and keeping in mind that the decision to deploy a carrier strike group is a strategic decision. It represents an expression of what that nation state believes is an important contribution to global security. So I think what we are going to continue to see is, while there is anxiety about sustaining peace and security in the Indo-Pacific region, I think you'll continue to see contributions like the UK Carrier Strike Group deployment and the French and the Italian Strike Group deployments. I think we're going to see that normalise. There's also a bit of a pull factor here. The Australian Talisman Sabre, I should say the joint Australia-US exercise Talisman Australia has become a bit of a beacon that attracts a lot of international partners. It is a melting pot of international collaboration now and cooperation, and a great opportunity for us to test some of those new and emerging technologies. So, simple answer, I think you're going to see a lot more of it. And certainly it's in Australia's national interest to participate in those activities and to enhance our interoperability and interchangeability with NATO partners and European partners every time they come here to the Indo-Pacific.
And a follow-up, Admiral Kaler, you know, we've flagged these cooperations that we have under NATO, under Quad, under ASEAN, under a range of other things. Do you see a time in the future where we may have a European carrier strike group come up and flag a particular activity under a European Union or other structure, or would that just complicate the situation?
Yeah, Chris, I think that's a pretty interesting or large move, I guess I would say. What I would say is that, you know, certainly sovereign decisions to bring combat power to a place where people need or feel they need influence, and I think as mentioned here with some of the statistics we put out in global trade, there is certainly a lot of reason to be involved in the Indo-Pacific. Those things, I think we should look at it in a sense of anybody, is the way as I look at it as in my level of responsibility, is anybody who wants to come to help, you know, I appreciate the help, and that's people along this table, that's me to them, and anyone else that would want to come. So as far as doing something under some different flag and all that stuff, I think there's a level of coordination that we've seen happens in the Indo-Pacific, and I think that model of like-minded reigns true here well, as it is. I mean, examples of that would be, to your point, Talisman Sabre as an exercise capability, RIMPAC as an exercise capability, where multiple nations come and have opportunity to be involved in that.
Yep.
So the emerging deep seabed mining industry is posing challenges to the Pacific, or to Pacific regionalism and UNCLOS stability. How do we see that we can better cooperate and prepare together?
What would you like? If not, I'll open it to the table.
Yeah, I'm a country in very shallow waters.
It's a very good point.
That just makes them easier to get at, Sean.
He said deep seabed mining.
Deep sea mining.
Deep sea mining. I think the deep sea mining is something that we are aware of. There's intention of nations doing exploration within our waters. We have to, for Fiji, like most islands in the Pacific, sustaining our oceans, ocean sustainability, ocean health is a priority. And we need to balance that with what potentially deep sea mining can do for us. But I think for Fiji, there's a certain area within Fiji that has been identified where there are minerals, I'm not, cobalt, or I forgot the right name, that exists. I think from Fiji's standpoint, we are not for deep sea mining. And that has been highlighted in the various international forums. We just recently signed on to the BBNJ, which highlights our need to protect oceans and oceans health. So it is something that has been flagged. It's something that we are aware of. But for us, we can only manage so much. There's a lot going on in our region. For example, as a defense force, as a Navy, you look after other things as well. You look after law enforcement, you look after search and rescue, so many other things, and you have to prioritize other things that you look at. And when talk about deep sea mining, we have to, that's why I highlighted the need for governance, proper governance, coherent strategy on how we move forward when it comes to maritime security. It has to be a whole of nation approach, a whole of government approach when something comes up like this. So I think for Fiji, we've always looked at ocean sustainability, sustaining our ocean as a key priority. Anything that will undermine, the health of oceans is something that we'll go against.
Yeah, I think we will see more of this as the technology comes along to enable these sort of actions, and I think that the voices of countries like Fiji will be very important as we go forward.
So noting the time, can I recommend we conclude there because you've all got subsequent commitments and
fantastic.
To prepare for.
So please, it's been a pleasure to be on stage with a group of exceptional leaders, many of whom I've known for a long time, and thank you very much to joining us here today. I think the thing I've taken away from this is that we are stronger together, but also picking up your challenge, Admiral Kayla, to take responsibility individually to get after this and can't leave it for others. And what was said consistently across the panel that the cooperation is where we're going to take this forward. So thank you all very much, and I ask you all, please thank the panel this afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the final panel for today. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so 0900, with an address by the Chief of the Australian Defence Force, Admiral David Johnston. Thank you and have a lovely afternoon and evening. Sorry, if just the front rows could just remain seated while we get this photo, please. The FOT's just in the black dress. This way, there we go, yep, with their hand up. So if you could just keep that path clear, that'd be fantastic, please.
Where did all the blue skies go? Poison is the wind that blows from the north and south and east. Whoa, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be. No, no. Oil wasted on the oceans and upon our seas. Fish full of mercury.